Yeah. I got something. I'm going to do something like that. Will the meeting please come to order? Before we have the invocation tonight, I wanted to let you all know that tonight's meeting will be held in honor of Miss Suzanne Abel, our colleague and friend who passed away in the last week. And it's not usual to start a meeting that way, but I know she was as important to you as she was to me, and that she will be greatly missed in the council office. So with that, I will ask all members of the council, as well as the public, to please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation this evening will be offered by Josh Rodriguez, Associate Pastor for Young Adult Ministry at First Presbyterian Church.
Let us pray. O God of Israel, whom Jesus of Nazareth called Father, God, that you have gathered each of us in this room this evening for the purposes of guidance, planning, and preparation of the city of Nashville. Only the most creative and courageous God could possibly use us, the ones you have named as your daughters and sons, to serve this city. And as the summer season sets in and the days grow warmer, we pray that your Spirit fill each of us with the energy like that of the crowds cheering on our hockey team, that we may embrace the work you have called us to. And may your Spirit fill each of us with the passion that our out-of-towner tourist friends bring as they explore this beautiful city, that we may thrive in the work that you have called us to. And may we be as restless as the youth out of school for the summer, waking each morning ready for another adventure, that we may find joy in the work that you have called us to. And may the words of the psalmist ring true for our efforts today. Lord, you know the hopes of the helpless. Surely you will hear their cries and comfort them. You will bring justice to the orphans and the oppressed, so mere people can no longer terrify them. May the work done in this room this evening partner with the hopes of our God. May we be agents of comfort, justice, and liberation. Amen.
Please remain standing for a moment. And I don't want to overdo it tonight, but as we do our work today, and have all these successes as a community, I wanted us to remember Harmony Warfield, a 7-year-old who was shot accidentally today in J.C. Napier Homes. And if we would just take a minute to sort of contemplate the failures in our community as we also celebrate our successes. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Without objection, we'll suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption in the minutes of the meeting of May 23rd, 2017? Without objection, those minutes will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We now move to elections and confirmations. Is a report from the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee. Councilman Schulman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Members of the council, there is a report from the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee. We had a couple of reviews in terms of appointments. I'll start with the first one. Cheatham County Rail Authority. This was an election to fill a 2-year term. The nominee for that position was Mr. Ed Cole, expert in transportation, and we reviewed his nomination and approved that one 7-4-0 against, and I would move for approval.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Mr. Ed Cole of the Cheatham County Rail Authority. It's been properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The next one was a little bit harder. Nashville and Eastern Rail Authority, election to fill a 2-year term. The nominee was Mr. Jeff Syracuse. We particularly vetted him very carefully. It was a close vote. After a lot of discussion, we approved that one 7-4-0 against, and I would move for approval.
You've heard the, well, technically both of these rail authorities are elections. I'm going to consider this a motion to elect by acclamation.
That's fine.
And so you've heard the motion for election by acclamation. It's been properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And we'll consider our action on
The first one.
Mr. Cole to be the same.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Airport Authority, appointment of Ms. Christy Smith for a term expiring June 4th, 2021. After a lot of discussion with Ms. Smith, approved that one 8-4-0 against, and I would move for approval.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Ms. Christy Smith to the Airport Authority. It's been properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councilman
Thank you,
Schulman.
Mr. Vice Mayor. Human Relations Commission, appointment of Mr. Will Levitt for a term expiring April 18th, 2019. Mr. Levitt replaces or fills the unexpired term of Mr. Frank True. After discussions with Mr. Levitt, we approved that one 8-4-0 against, and I would move for approval.
You've heard the motion for confirmation of Mr. Will Levitt to the Human Relations Commission. It's been properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Councilman Schulman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Last one, Plumbing Examiners and Appeals Board. The appointment of Ms. Rhonda Weatherford for a term expiring March 10th, 2020. After discussions there, we approved that one 8-4-0 against, and I would move for approval.
There's a motion for confirmation of Ms. Rhonda Weatherford to the Plumbing Examiners and Appeals Board. It's been properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We would like to recognize those citizens who were confirmed tonight. So if you will please stand as I call your name and remain standing until everyone has been introduced. To the Cheatham County Rail Authority, Mr. Ed Cole. To the Nashville and Eastern Rail Authority, Mr. Jeff Syracuse. To the Airport Authority, Ms. Christy Smith. To the Human Relations Commission, Mr. Will Levitt. And to the Plumbing Examiners and Appeals Board, Ms. Rhonda Weatherford. On behalf of the entire Metro Council and the City of Nashville, we would like to thank you for your willingness to serve and volunteering your time and expertise on behalf of the city. Thank you very much. Members of the public, once our nominees or confirmees filter out, we are going to ask that everybody have a seat. If you cannot find a seat, we're going to ask you to wait out in the area where the TVs are playing. For fire safety issues, we can't have the aisle filled with people. So let's see if there are a few more seats for people to filter into. And don't worry, everybody will be given a chance to speak. We're not going to That brings us to bills on public hearing. Bill 2017-722, Councilman Cooper adopts the budget ordinance of the Metropolitan Government for fiscal year 2018. Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing.
Thank you, Councilman. Would all individuals in favor of BL 2017-722 please raise your hands? All those opposed? Okay, well, all those in favor who would like to speak, come forward and line up. Please state your name and address. And is it 3 minutes, Madam Clerk, tonight? 3 minutes. You're not obligated to use all 3 minutes, but you've got 3. All right, Matt, you're first.
Thank you. My name is Augustina Coleman, and I live at 380 Harding Apartments. My purpose of addressing you today is to ask for your support and funding for a life-changing program called In Full Motion Incorporated that surely changed my life. As a product of a broken home, I was in the program for 3 years as a student. Until I found In Full Motion, I struggled with school learning disabilities and anxiety that I just couldn't get a handle on. I've been at my lowest point intellectually, and with In Full Motion, I've been risen to the top. By using the strategies in this program, I was not only able to bring my grades up to A's, but I scored a 31 on the ACT. In addition to this, I was awarded the Presidential Scholarship from TSU, personally asked to join the TSU Honors Program, and was requested by the Dean of the TSU College of Engineering to join his college. I graduated high school with honors and distinction and received over $7,000 in additional scholarship money from the TMSDC Educational Foundation, in which In Full Motion prepared me for the essays and the interview. Now, as an intern and mentor for the past 3 years at sites such as McKissick, where over 82% of students are economically disadvantaged, I've seen students at their lowest points rise above statistics with In Full Motion. It takes villages like In Full Motion to make a positive impact in the city of Nashville and in the world. This program involves the entire family and brings people together. It also encompasses the entire child, which is a trait that is rare to find in education today, but it's definitely needed to make the outcomes and scores that education so desperately needs. However, I can delightfully say that those outcomes and scores that education needs in the state of Tennessee reside in Full Motion. I have one more thing to tell you. Today is my 21st birthday, and the norm of a 21st birthday is to stop and everything you're doing is to go out and have some fun. Nevertheless, when I was asked to speak on behalf of In Full Motion, I stopped everything I was doing and I planned on, and I was honored to be thought of. The reason why is because I believe in the power of this program. I have witnessed the power of this program, and it continues to make a difference, a positive difference in the entire community. Please don't allow a program with proven success fall between the cracks. Again, I am Augustina Coleman, and I strongly encourage you to support and fund a God-sent program called In Full Motion. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is
One
Haven.
moment, we discourage applause because we'll be here twice as long. We feel it, you know, but if we get applause for every speaker, we'll be here an extra hour tonight, and we want all to get home early. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Haven Boyd. I live at 3616 Chesapeake Drive. Council Brenda Hay was my councilwoman. And I'm standing here in the gap for the teachers. Metro Action Head Start, teachers and teacher assistants, we always get left out of the budget when the raises are given. And I'm standing here to ask, could you all please, pretty please, with sugar on top, consider putting the teachers in the budget for the raises this year. And I just want to thank Mayor Berry for going back asking for raises for us. And now, if y'all see her, just leave her this little message. I just wanna thank you forever for the raises you got us. For the next 3 years, we would like for y'all to put us in the budget for the raises, and I thank you.
Hello and good evening. My name is Johnny Davis. I am originally from Spanish Harlem in New York. I've lived in Nashville now for more than 20 years and have been employed at Nashville General Hospital for 10. I've seen Nashville grow a lot, especially over the past few years. And like any major city, we are not without our issues, like traffic, crime, housing, etc. But one of our biggest issues is our city hospital, Nashville General Hospital. We need sufficient funding in order to continue providing our wonderful citizens with safe, quality care. Now, I've been told that I had only 2 minutes to make my plea. 2 minutes may seem like a short amount of time, but for someone who is down in their luck and in need of medical care, 2 minutes would seem a lifetime. We have a lot of people coming here from all over the U.S. and even some from other countries, all looking for a piece of the pie. And this would be the perfect opportunity to show everyone why Nashville is the place to be. We want to show everyone why Tennessee is called the volunteer state. And so, in behalf of Nashville General Hospital, I would like to thank our public officials for their support and our fearless leader and CEO, Dr. Joseph Webb, all of our staff, our environmental services staff, our dietary department, our nurses, our doctors, and volunteers. And let's not forget our Union Local 205 SEIU for their unwavering support. And so in ending, I would like to leave you with a quote that I read on a pamphlet handed to me at my 10th year anniversary. It simply said, "Have a little love in your heart." That statement is fitting for an institution that has been holding our hand for more than 125 years and hasn't let go yet. So please support our hospital at Nashville General. Give us the funding needed so that it may continue to serve our communities. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Vanessa Robertson Sanders. I reside at 1616 14th Avenue North, where Ed Kendall is my councilman. Yay! I'm a 23-year employee at Nashville General Hospital, and I want to say thank you in advance for funding our hospital this year. In the budget meetings last month, you asked Dr. Webb how much was needed to actually fully fund our hospital. He not only told you, but he gave you the numbers on paper. He has been nothing but honest with you all. This is something that he walked into knowing that he would have to roll up his sleeves and work for the Safety Net Hospital. Since he has been at Nashville General, he has made a lot of changes. For example, the Transform You, promoting healthier lifestyle, renovating the L&D, renovating the ER admitting and the main entrance, just to name a few things. I'm truly proud to call him my boss because of his transparency and his ethics. The employees at Nashville General Hospital, we choose to be there. Whether we work in environmental services, dietary, nursing service, or even the executive team. Giving patient care is our ministry and a calling for us. As a long-life Nashvillian, my family has received services from other hospitals in town. And I would tell you that our work at General is just as good, if not better, of those other institutions. A story about my son. He had a health scare as a toddler. We took him to a big-name hospital in town, and we received bad medical advice. This has continued to plague him to this day. I'm not saying that General doesn't have problems sometimes, And we certainly don't have the money, the name, or the fame of other institutions, but we have the staff that has the heart to give care to all sisters and brothers in this city, regardless to where they come from. And I want to say thank you in advance for funding Nashville General Hospital because of the excellent care that we provide on a daily basis to those who we serve, our history, commitment to the city of Nashville and the surrounding counties. Thank you.
Mr. President and members of council, good evening. My name is Woods Borden. My address is 4505 Harding Pike in Nashville, and I'm a resident of Council District 24, represented by Kathleen Murphy. I'm also the current board chairman of the Nashville General Hospital Foundation. Why do I do this? First, I believe strongly that the time and resources our board members devote to the foundation have and will continue to have an important bearing on the growth of the hospital. Additionally, I find it truly satisfying to be a part of a team involved in helping support development of important new programs at the hospital. Today, I'm here asking Metro Council to amend the mayor's proposed budget to include a significantly increased sum toward the original NGH request of $55.7 million. The past years of underfunded allocations have left city philanthropists with the impression that the hospital is not well run, when in fact city leadership has well known that past annual initial funding of $35 million was grossly inadequate to provide care for those who come to NGH without the ability to pay. This process of annual underfunding and required additional funding does not establish the best environment in which to raise significant charitable monies toward patient care. While the foundation is eager to seek private partners and grantors, working in a collaborative environment with Metro government is the best for all parties. NGH is, after all, your hospital and ours. I will close by saying what is already being said by many. How could this city, which benefits from being one of the largest healthcare business centers in America, turn its back on our neighbors who cannot afford the same health care? Personally, I do not believe that it could. Please prove me right.
Good evening, and thank you, Vice Mayor Briley and our City Council. Thank you for your public service to my hometown, Nashville, Tennessee. My name is Kelly Schleicher Barnes. I reside at 645 Royal Crest, Nashville and Donaldson area in District 15, where Jeff Syracuse is my council representative. I'm here tonight to ask also for your approval and your commitment to the original funding request for Nashville General Hospital. Sometimes in a leadership role, we are called on to make decisions or recommendations on things that perhaps we will never see the outcome or the impact, or never personally experience the outcome or the impact. That was certainly the case for me. My career here in Nashville for 31 years has been in the field of human resources management. For 31 years, I've proudly, consistently been employed, working at 3 of the largest employers in Middle Tennessee and best employers in Middle Tennessee. From time to time, in my role in HR, current employees might come to Human Resources or Employee Relations or our EAP and say, I can't pay my financial, we're financially challenged, or we have an unexpected medical condition. And certainly before COBRA, when someone's employment was being terminated, they would say, what about my husband's diabetic supplies or my child's upcoming surgery? I had been trained to refer these other Nashvillians in need to Nashville General Hospital. But secretly, y'all, I did think General Hospital is where the homeless people go. And yes, I assumed that they received substandard quality health care. Fast forward to August 2015, I felt a small lump in my left breast. I had been laid off from a great company, a great job with a great company. I could not afford the $1,400 to pay COBRA to continue my insurance. My marshmallow-sized lump became the size of a lemon, then an avocado, then a mango within a week and a half, and I was terrified. I picked up the phone. I called Nashville General Hospital. They transferred me to the breast care center, where a lady that sounded like an angel did not ask me what type of insurance. Are you going to be able to afford health care? She simply and kindly said, Mrs. Barnes, can you come today? That was Margaret Bowen. at Nashville General Hospital. I was diagnosed 19 months ago with a rare and an aggressive form of inflammatory breast cancer. 19 months and 60 visits later with Nashville General Hospital, I'm proud to say that I'm a patient of Nashville General Hospital. I'm your neighbor. Thank you for your service. The quality of care, the compassionate doctors, even the people in the hospital hallways, the staff, they're not walking down the hall looking at their cell phones or looking at a chart. They're saying, good morning, the leaves are beautiful. It's a hot day. Oh, there's a storm coming. Good to see you, Mrs. Barnes. How you feeling? How's your grandbaby? I mean, it's personal quality care. That's Nashville hospitality at its finest, in bright hallways, a clean hospital. We need to be able to continue this level of service. The doctors and the staff are encouraging, knowledgeable, and kind. They're informed, and they're informative, and they're very, very patient. I'm happy to say I'm now cancer-free from the treatment that I've received from Nashville and continue to receive from Nashville General Hospital, even in my healthy life ahead, which I hope is for many years to come. Thank you.
I was about to say pretty much everything that she just said, so I'm going to skip part of that. My name is Sharon Simmons, and I'm a temporary employee at Nashville General Hospital. And when my agency called me and asked me to go there, I was a little skeptical because, kind of like her, I had a negative opinion of the hospital. It was based entirely on nothing, and it was unfair, but it's the truth. I'm ashamed to admit it. When I got to the hospital, though, my whole opinion changed. In the parking lot, in the hallways, everywhere, people are so genuinely caring. My opinion changed in a hurry. There is a culture of caring there. There is a mission of service there. My patient story started with memos in May, and the screening came back with a less than perfect result. Knowing that I'm a temp employee and I didn't have any insurance, the girls in the breast center found a way to get a diagnostic mammogram for me and a biopsy if one was needed. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. But I've never felt so taken care of in my life. And I've worked in healthcare for 25 years at another facility here in town. All of that was free to me because I had no insurance. But even though it was free to me, there are still costs associated. Every form I filled out, every person that I spoke to, everybody that helped me, every second that scanner was in use, the doctor that read the study, the transcriptions that typed the report, the digital storage of the images, even the electricity that lit the rooms. There's costs associated with all of that. It was free to me, but it's certainly not free. So anyway, I wanted to say, I understand there's a lot of needs in this city, and there's only a finite amount of money. But this is a huge need, and so I would like to ask you to please fund the hospital at the full budget request. Thank you.
Honorable Mr. President, honorable council members, my name is Vincent Jones, and I'd first like to thank Steve Glover for the work he's doing in District 12. Thank you all for the work that you do. Currently, I am an assistant principal and administrator at Stratford STEM Magnet High School. I'm also currently coming to the end of a journey in a doctoral program at Trevecca Nazarene University, and we've been taught to bring examples of how it works. Standing beside me are my children, and we're here to speak on behalf of In Full Motion. My daughters to my right are in the 8th grade and have currently scored in the 20s on their ACT, 22 and 21 to be exact. My sons, who are on my left, who are in the 9th grade, have also scored 19s and 20s on their ACT scores. What we like to talk about is what Stephen Covey professes when he says, begin with the end in mind. In Full Motion is a organization that is doing real work in Nashville. The funding that they are seeking starts with the middle school, that's the beginning, and goes to all the way through high school until graduation. For those of you who are not in the circles of education, our school district superintendent has decreed that it will be mandatory that all graduating seniors in Metro Nashville Public Schools will be required to take the ACT test. What I'm asking from you today is to have courage and trust in Mr. Maurice Fitzgerald and his wife, Cindy Fitzgerald, to take Nashville to the next level when it comes to education. You all will have the power to put Nashville, Tennessee in the forefront of education as a nation. I have been in education for 10 years and as an administrator for 5. I have never seen a program, any program, during my journeys with Metro Nashville Public Schools that affects kids in a positive way as far as testing is concerned. Again, these are the works. It is real work. It is happening. It has happened all over the city. It is happening at my school, and you all will be able to make the decision to make it happen for the rest of all of our kids, your grandchildren, your nieces and nephews here in Metro Nashville Public Schools. Our city needs it. It depends on it, and the decision is yours. Let's do the powerful thing and make the right decision to fund in full motion. I guess as long as they need to be funded. It is, in my mind, an imperative work that these guys do. Coach Fitzgerald and his wife have truly convinced me by being ethical, honorable, that this is their life's work. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Viola Johnson, and I reside at 3001 Kings Lane. And I am a paraprofessional in Metro Nashville Schools. I have been with Metro Nashville Public Schools for 10 years. I work with children with special needs, and I love it. I am passionate about my job, and many days I go in early. I even clock in to make sure our classroom is ready for our kids. There have been days where we are unable to locate a substitute teacher, and like many parapros, I have needed to step up and do all the instruction for that day. I have been able to help and give back to my students, helping them learn and develop into incredible humans that are a thriving part of our city as well as in their communities. I want to continue my work that I think of as more of a calling than a job. My husband is retired, and we carefully stick to a rigorous budget so we can pay our bills and stay here in Nashville. As rent has gone up in Nashville, more and more of my coworkers are having a hard time finding affordable places to live while earning a paycheck. Thank you for including a 3% pay increase in this year's budget. This will help with rising costs and rising insurance. I want to live in the city where I've been raised, and as a true Nashvilleian, I want to stay here and work here. I want my coworkers to do the same. Our city is stronger when we have a diverse workforce all pulling together. Thank you for remembering this, and please feel free to come and visit my classroom anytime. I can show you firsthand how vital the work of parapros are in our schools every day. Thank you.
I'm Kim Looney, and I reside at 3600 Hoods Hill Road here in Nashville, and Russ Pulley is my councilman. I'm also a healthcare lawyer in town. I practice at one of the large healthcare firms, and I'm on the foundation board for General Hospital. It is something that is really such a valuable resource to our community. I mean, they take care of the sickest of the sick, the poorest of the poor, and they do it providing good quality care. I know that money is tight anytime anybody's trying to do a budget, but Metro General really does need the amount of money they ask for, and it does need to be fully funded, and that's what I'm asking y'all to do tonight. One of the things that the foundation board is trying to do is to help in fundraising efforts for the hospital, and our hands are a little bit tied when the perception of the community is not always so favorable. I think that if the community can see that council and the community fund the hospital, that it will make it easier for our job to be successful in raising additional funds. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shay Marika Jordan. I reside at 510 Heritage Drive. That's the Madison area. I'm here in support of the mayor's proposed budget, in which she proposes funding for the body cameras for the Nashville for MMPD. The body cams protect not only the citizens, but also the police. I understand that there is some confusion on how body cams can be of use in our community. I strongly urge you to check out 36 of the 69 major cities that are already doing this. I think it's time for Nashville. I'm from Nashville myself. I think it's time for Nashville to serve its citizens in the best way possible, and I think that does mean taking on a higher cost, if that does mean getting body cameras to protect everyone. I do want to say thank you to the people that are interested in accepting the mayor's proposed budget for body cams. I also just would like to urge the people who do have some pushback to do some research on body cams and take what's good out there and apply it to Nashville. I feel like we all have the ability to make Nashville a great city. So let's take what works from other cities and let's make it work for Nashville. We are the IS city, and we will be for a long time, but we have to protect our citizens, and the police are included in citizens. They are citizens. So when they leave their house every day, when they leave the precinct every day, they should be protected just like everyone else. And so I do urge you to support body cams, the mayor's budget that proposes for body cams. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. Thank you.
Hello, members of Metro Council. My name's Nora Kern. I reside at 938 West Eastland Avenue, and I'm here today to talk about transportation. So I would like to urge you to support the mayor's proposed budget for sidewalks and increase the proposed bikeways budget to $8 million. As many of us know, anyone who had to get here today, mobility has become a central issue for our city and a central challenge. If people cannot safely and efficiently access jobs and affordable housing and our great schools and hospitals, our growth will prove unsustainable. Additionally, we also know that over 50,000 people in our city do not have access to a car, and there are over 40% of our households that only have access to one car. We need to make sure that all Nashvillians have the ability to safely get around our city. We also know that we have a lot of work to do. We currently only have 19% of our streets with sidewalks, and we have just 2.5 miles of protected on-street bike facilities that are safe for people of all ages and all abilities. I want to mention protected bike lanes in particular because they are essential to ensuring that bicycling is an option for all Nashvillians and not just the brave few who are currently using their bike to get around or those who have absolutely no other option. Over the last 2 to 3 years, we've spent a lot of time planning. We have a lot of visions and a lot of plans for what we want our transportation system to look like. It is now time to act on that vision. The walk and bike plan says that the priority bikeway network, which is just the core basics to ensuring a viable bikeway network in our city, will cost $41 million. That is attainable. At $8 million a year, which is recommended by the plan, we can complete that network in just 5 years. So finally, again, I'd like to urge you to support all modes of transportation in the budget. We cannot wait 20 more years to ensure that people have a way to safely and efficiently get around our city without a car. We need to invest in bikeways and sidewalks and transit and greenways right now, so that in 20 years, we're not looking back wondering how on earth did we get so far behind. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Amy Froeg, and I live at 7237 Riverfront Drive. I also represent the Hillwood Cluster of Schools on the Metro Nashville School Board. The Hillwood High School building is in such poor shape that M&PS Architects ultimately recommended tearing it down and rebuilding. Bellevue was considered as a potential location for the school because about half of students attending Hillwood come from Bellevue, and the majority of school growth in my district lies in Bellevue. Also, studies have shown that the selected Bellevue location is at least as accessible, if not more accessible, than the current Hillwood site for other neighborhoods served by the school. This past January, the school board voted unanimously in favor of moving the high school to Hope Park after an extensive vetting process by MNPS. To reach this decision, MNPS hosted 9 community meetings over 2 years to gather feedback in all areas impacted by the project, and a number of different studies were conducted. It became clear through this process that there is overwhelming community support to relocate the school to Hope Park. This is important because research demonstrates time and again that strong community and parent-supportive schools improves outcomes for students. The board received nearly 1,000 emails and numerous other contacts supporting the move to Hope Park. And at this point, I know of only 3 to 5 public school parents who oppose the move. Furthermore, only 8 students within a 1-mile radius of the current Hillwood High School location attend Hillwood this year. And 90% of school-aged children in the area attend private schools. In contrast, 78% of students within a 1-mile radius of the Hope Park location send their children to public schools, primarily zone schools. Each year, MNPS engages in an efficient and balanced capital needs planning process that takes into account a variety of factors, including facility utilization, building condition scores, and projected school population growth. Hillwood rose to the top of the capital needs list this year because of its poor condition. It's important to note that the cost of rebuilding at Hope Park is in line with comparable projects of this magnitude and is also slightly less costly than our other high school renovation currently in progress at Hillsborough High School. And while other areas of town have several nearby high school options available, there's only one high school located in the southwest part of town. Nashville has poured funds into projects that have helped make us the IT city. We now need to become the IT city of education. If we want a world-class school system, we need adequate school facilities. Tonight, I hope that you will support the unanimous decision of our school board. Thank you all for your service and for your support of public education.
Good evening. My name's Elisa Utley. I live at 515 Emerald Court, and I'm a 911 dispatcher. I've worked for the Emergency Communications Department for the past 22 years, and I'm a 30-year Metro employee. As we all are aware of, the city of Nashville is growing, and with that growth, we have seen an increase in the 911 call volume. Call volume has increased as one home gets knocked down, 2 rise from its ashes. Cell phone calls have dramatically increased, as well as calls from our visiting tourists. We handle all 911 calls as well as the 862-8600 non-emergency line. On a daily average, our department answers over 1,000 emergency calls in Metro Nashville. We are literally the first responders. Before the police or fire or a medic show up, we are the people you talk to and help you to cope with the emergency until help arrives. We are that calming voice and the first to administer care when that life-altering situation happens, a baby being born, a loved one being found unresponsive, or a shooting, as we had today of the 7-year-old child. It is important to note, while we do all of this frontline care, we are not considered public safety by you, our employer. We do not receive the same retirement benefits nor the compensation pay you allocate for the police and fire. We would like for that to change. I would like to thank the councilpersons Cooper, Mendez, Pridemore, Pulley, and Johnson for coming to our center last month and hearing firsthand from us what we do here at ECC. I would invite all others to please come to our center and listen to our firsthand accounts. We are grateful for the 3%, and we are grateful for our benefits. We want to maintain a pension for all Metro employees going forward. Our benefits matter. We do an important job in Metro, and we want to know that as our city leaders, you care about us and the quality work we provide to all the citizens and visitors that experience 911 situation in our city. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Proctor. I reside at 7029 Bridgeport Drive. When I moved to Nashville back in 2005, I lived just south of town, right near the zoo. I had no kids. I was a happy little bachelor. But as I outgrew my 1,200 square foot home ranch with a wife and what came to be 4 children, we had to move. There was not enough space. My wife and I did a lot of research. Where are we going to put everybody? And so we studied and we looked at Bellevue and we thought, this is where we need to be. Because we saw the schools, we saw the community support, and we knew that we wanted our kids to be growing up there. 2014, we moved to Bellevue, and I've watched now 3 of my kids, soon to be 4, go through Gower Elementary. My wife and I both come from a district up in Chicago that's ranked one of the top schools in the entire country. So we're used to great schools. And through their time at Gower, we've seen nothing but incredible support from both the teaching community and the actual neighborhoods themselves. Now, sooner or later, these kids are going to be going to high school. We want them to have the same type of educational experience that we had when we grew up. Upon hearing some of the conditions of the Hillwood High School, as they currently stand, we were a little disappointed and a little worried. And when the opportunity came up to consider moving it to Bellevue at the Hope Park location, knowing that campus and how beautiful it is there and the strong community support in Bellevue, we couldn't have been more excited. We've watched the process unfold. We've watched the overwhelming support, and we're here to urge you to fund the RS 2017-731 portion of the bill that provides the funding to be moving the school to the Bellevue community. These kids, my kids and every kid that's in that school district, deserve great schools, a brand new facility, and a great place to continue their future. And I thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Partee. I graduated last month from Belmont University. I'm now working with Open Table Nashville. I live at 141 Niche Drive in South Nashville. Through the years, I've watched Nashville grow and change. There are many great things that result from that, but what I am deeply concerned about is the affordable housing crisis. More and more people are being pushed out of the city and onto the streets. Even for those with a bachelor's degree like myself are struggling to make ends meet every month because of high rent. As we all know, there are so many people who don't have the luxury and can't afford to pursue higher education. Those who live on the streets should have the opportunity for housing that is available and affordable. I am thankful for the funding that has been given. I ask that more money be given to the Barnes Housing Trust Fund. There are many important things to fund in order for Nashville to continue to thrive. Before graduation, I interned for 1 year with Open Table. I honestly did not realize how prevalent poverty in our city was before this experience. I can no longer stand by and do nothing. This is why I'm here today. I met many people who work really hard and they do their best and yet are unable to get off the streets. Homelessness is real and it is preventable. Affordable housing should be a priority. The proposed budget needs to support this. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to us tonight. My name is Samuel Lester. I live at 210 Morton Avenue, 37211. In 1960, a 19-year-old woman, the Tennesseans' Discovery of the Week, sang at the Centennial Park concert. Today, that now 76-year-old woman became homeless for the second time in 3 years. This week, a developer completed the eviction of families from 2 apartment complexes to increase profits. Many of them have no affordable housing to move into. This year, some 3,000 school children officially were registered as experiencing homelessness with no fixed residence for the night. The true number according to school officials, is between 6,000 and 8,000. Add in their parents, and you have something like 12,000 in families. Others experiencing homelessness over the course of the year number about 11,000, so 23,000 people in all. You may have heard that Nashville has something like 2,300. That number is compiled on one of the coldest nights in January, one night, not for the year. So 10 times the number that we hear of on a single night in January. But this is not just about people who are experiencing homelessness. By 2015, nearly half of the renters in Nashville are cost burdened in every one of your districts. And that means that they're having to make sacrifices of food, school supplies, working overtime, not spending time or caring for children, not being able to pay electricity bills, and so on. Half of the workers in Nashville make $31,000 a year or less. We are thankful to Mayor Berry for proposing and hope the council will support the $25 million bond for preserving affordable housing and the $10 million for the Barnes Affordable Housing Trust Fund, as well as the Land Trust. But we need more. Last year, Nashville had some 16,000 rental units under construction, but fewer than 600 were affordable. And we lost more than 2,000 affordable units for the second year in a row. Constructing 20,000 units of affordable housing is not cheap. It would cost about $500 million, about somewhat significantly less than what we paid for one building, the convention center. Studies have shown repeatedly that we can save $21,000 per person for the chronically homeless. With 23,000 homeless people in Nashville, the city could save nearly the amount required to create the housing, $483 million per year. If you think that number is too high, divide it in half over 2 years. But the real savings will come from children who will do better in school, from families that don't break up, from teenagers who don't turn to drugs or crime, from veterans who don't end up repeatedly in emergency rooms, and for the elderly who will not end up sleeping on the steps of a church tonight. Thank you.
How y'all doing? I'm James Brown. I live at 4021 Shoefell Court out at Antioch. Mr. Potts here has the sad duty of representing me. As many of you know, I've been coming to this lectern for upwards of a decade, speaking out for some of my coworkers, some of the meekest employees of Metro Nashville. I'm talking about school secretaries. I'm talking about lunchroom workers. I'm talking about paraprofessionals. I'm talking about custodians. And for every one of those years until now, Jesse Register has been balancing the school budget on their backs. And you know I've been fighting for them. You know my union's been fighting for them. Now, finally, we have an administration who has acknowledged these workers, has accepted that they are needed in our school system and are important in our school system, and has started correcting the damage that Uncle Jesse did to us. My message to you tonight's really simple. The school budget's a good budget. Please support it. Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Rubin. I live in District 35. I am asking you to vote in favor of RS 2017-731. As a Bellevue resident, a member of PTA and PTO, an involved community supporter, I appreciate the investment this is for my students, for our students, for all of the Hillwood students. Over and over, I have seen the Bellevue community come together in support of our students, in support of our schools. Please make sure that as you listen to us, you vote in favor of what is best for the students. Hope Park is best for all of our students. Please vote in favor of RS 2017-731.
Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the council, my name is Russ Anthony. I live at 446 Clearwater Drive. My district is represented by Ms. Karen Johnson. I'm here in support of the budget and also to say thank you. Thank you to the members of the council. As a member of SEIU, I work at social services with Ms. Trina Jordan, who's also in the audience. We stand at the front line whenever there is crisis in Nashville. Most of the people come to social services. They don't all come to social services. We do see a lot of them. And we say thank you because even though Nashville is the it city, and even though at this point in time we are benefiting from a great combination of a great hockey team as well as the CMA Awards, and so we're getting a lot of attention right now. We know that Nashvillians, represented by our council members, recognize that we do not want to leave those who cannot help themselves behind. So by your support of the budget recognizes that you support the people that we support. You support the people that are in our conservatorship programs, those with mental and physical disabilities who need someone to look after them. And we in our office, in our department, are charged with looking at their cases. We know that you support the people that receive Meals on Wheels, people who, for no fault of their own, for whatever reason, they cannot get at least one nutritious meal a day, and the Meals on Wheels program allows them to do that. You support the homeless in Nashville. And we have people in Nashville, not only who live on the streets, in cars and parking lots and back alleys, but also those who live in hotels who know that today may be their last day living in that hotel. People that are living with their grandmother, their uncle, their niece, their cousin, places whereby they are double up and triple up in crowded conditions. And so your support of this budget allows social services to continue to help people in those areas. And we also know that you support those who are also struggling financially, those people who are underemployed, who are unemployed, the working poor, people who want to work on their own and want to make it on their own, but who need that extra push. So we say to the members of the Metro Council, to the Vice Mayor, and also to Mayor Barry, thank you from SEIU Local 205.
Good evening. Thank you, Metro Council, for your service and for allowing us to speak. My name is Tracy Schaefer, and I reside at 1031 Todd Priest Drive. I'm in District 22, represented by Councilmember Sherry Weiner. I am here to renew my support for purchasing property at Hope Park and building a high school in Bellevue. I've lived in Tennessee my entire life and in Bellevue for the last 20 years. A school is made strong and thrives in a strong community, and Bellevue has proven over and over that it has a strong community. We in Bellevue have a strong and diverse community, strong elementary schools, strong middle schools whose administration is invested in building our cluster by doing outreach at our local elementary schools to keep our cluster together. We have strong and active local leaders, strong local businesses, as well as a booming commercial area. All of these things, we will work together and we will lift this school up. We will welcome our North Nashville neighbors as if they live next door to us. We will serve in and support this school. Please buy this land, build this school, and move the capital spending plan forward. Thank you.
My name is Sabrina Jackson. I reside at 1016 Crystal Bear Trail in Murfreesboro. I have grown up and or worked in Nashville all my life. I currently am an employee at the Department of Emergency Communications in Nashville, Tennessee. Of course. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm not a speaker. I've been there 14 and a half years, and over that time I've seen Nashville grow. And I just want to say thank you to all the council members that came to tour our facility and see what we do and what the services we provide for this city. And to those who could not make it, that option is still open to you. We welcome you at any time to come into our facilities to see what kind of services we provide for your citizens that live and work in Nashville daily. I also want to thank you for the consideration for the budget this year that is assisting us in growing and getting a raise and doing things we need to do to help our families. You may have been told that being a 911 operator is often like being a customer service representative. While that may be somewhat true, it's also fair to say that emergency customer service is different than regular customer service. It's important to remember that when someone calls 911, it's likely at the worst time of their lives. They're depending on us to tell them what to do and to get them the assistance that they need. We're the lifeline between the public and the emergency service responders in this city, and the city is growing at an astonishing rate. Yes, we work in a call center, but our calls are not always routine. How do I get a crash report? Where do I pay my parking ticket? Yes, those are some of the type of calls that we receive. But also calls we have received is a mother whose child isn't breathing, and we have to calm the mother down and instruct her in doing CPR till the paramedics can arrive and take over. The child who called in saying, "Daddy shot mommy," then shot himself. And can someone live with gray stuff coming out of their head? We have people on the phone whispering that someone has broken into their home and they're hiding in the closet. I've personally told a mother how to cut their child down who hung themselves in the garage on Mother's Day. We're the first responders. We are public safety. We like your support and your assistance in getting us the benefits that we need to become public safety and to get the pension and things that we need to do that for us and our families. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Will Grigg, and this is my wife, Christy. We live at 1225 Rockford Drive, and we've lived in Bellevue for the last 11 years. And this last year, we made a decision to move, and we decided to stay in Bellevue because we love the community there. We love the support of the community, and it's just a great place. We're here to encourage you to vote to fund the move of the Hillwood High School to Bellevue. We have 4 children, and this coming year, our eldest will be entering Hillwood as a freshman. And all of our children are 4 years apart, so we will have a child at Hillwood for the next 16 years. So we are invested, and that's probably a little bit of an understatement. And we really just want to encourage you to invest in our community, in our children, and our family by voting to move the high school to Bellevue. And my wife would like to say a few words.
So I've been volunteering in the schools since my going to be 9th grader was in kindergarten. And so I've seen, I've been there for 9 years, seen the way the community strengthens the schools. When we first moved there, the schools were not as strong. And I've watched as parents in the community, as the businesses have supported the schools, and they have gotten so much stronger over these last 11 years. I've been to Hillwood to tour, and now our daughter has just made the volleyball team at Hillwood. So we've been there several times in the last few weeks as she's killed herself at practices. And they are doing amazing things at that school, but the building is not up to what they're trying to do. If they are given a new building, these programs that they're already doing that are really incredible. They will have so much more to work with, and they will have a community and businesses that will support them in ways that they are not able to be supported right now. So I would also urge you to please vote for the move for Hillwood High School to Hope Park. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Takoya Johnson. I'm currently homeless, and I'm a mother of 4 toddlers. And being a single mom, I use the MTA transit a lot. And for me, I work 2 jobs, so it's hard to get around. And I'm asking for a 24-hour bus service. They say they don't have enough money to fund to expand the bus and to pay the drivers to work all night. It is needed so people can work, especially if they work 2nd and 3rd shifts. People live in Kings Lane people that live in Kings Lane walk like 1 or 2 miles to the, 1 to 2 miles a day just to catch the bus. And 24-hour service is needed in Nashville because it's growing and people need to get around. Thank you.
Oh, good evening. My name is Rebecca Spencer, and I'm a District 35 resident and a 14-year veteran of MNPS as a parent in the Hillwood cluster. And thank you for giving me a minute to speak. You really have 3 questions in front of you. Why should you spend $10 million on a new skill building? Why should this money be spent to build a high school in Bellevue? And why should the money be allocated now? I think that the first 2 topics have been thoroughly covered, but I want to talk about the urgency with which we feel like you need to allocate the money now. The subject of building a school in Bellevue was raised, then tabled 7 years ago. At the time, there was nowhere near the grassroots support for a move from Hillwood to a location in Bellevue that there is now. Of course, that first discussion occurred before Nashville's boom. Since then, commutes to Magnets have ballooned due to traffic. Private school and college tuitions have exploded, giving middle-class parents pause about starting to pay tuition for middle school. There is an audience and an opportunity for zone public schools. Our community, in addition, has become more socioeconomically diverse as Section 8 housing has been added and middle-class neighborhoods continue to be built. We have been waiting, and Hillwood families, students, and teachers have faithfully been slogging away in a dilapidated building, attaining ignored achievements, such as about 6 kids right now in the Vanderbilt SSMV, admission to Brown, Princeton, MIT, and Harvard, that are dismissed by local critics who have never set foot in the building. Meanwhile, the rest of the city booms, and Nashville residents revel in civic pride. Isn't it time that our public school children are able to have some pride and hope? Your vote is the last step in closing a deal that will give that school community a fresh start and a facility that the IT City's children deserve. Please don't make them wait any longer.
Good evening. My name is Noah Spiegel. I live at 510 Old Hickory Boulevard in District 22. I'm the managing director of Nashville Children's Theater, which is 25 Middleton Street, downtown Nashville. While I'm the director of the Children's Theater, I'm also here in the capacity of a steering committee member of Nashville Arts Coalition, a collection of very diverse arts groups and institutions that touch every corner of Davidson County. Speaking for Nashville Children's Theater and on behalf of Nashville Arts Coalition, I respectfully ask that the Metro Council support Mayor Megan Barry's budget and the specific appropriation for Metro Arts. The budget for Metro Arts is the first administration-led increase for Metro Arts since before 2000, an increase that provides vital support for the goals that I believe we all share, to make the arts accessible to everyone and to continue our path as a world-class center for the arts. I also want to thank the Metropolitan Council for its continued support for the arts. In past years, you have prioritized the arts and found additional dollars to supplement Metro Arts' budget. You should know that these efforts are deeply appreciated by our organizations, the thousands of people our organizations employ. Especially, it's appreciated by our patrons, your constituents, who deeply value the impact the arts has on their lives. Since this public hearing is about the budget, let's talk about the bottom line, the return on investment that the city makes in Metro Arts. The National Center on Arts Research has named Nashville the #2 market in the nation for arts vibrancy, even though cities such as Austin, Portland, and Denver outspend Nashville nearly 4-to-1 in public sector investments in cultural organizations. The arts have been a transformative force in the growth and prosperity of Nashville. So many local stakeholders, including Metro government, worked hard to make the arts a big driving force in our economy and our quality of life. Your support for this budget continues our momentum to provide everyone equal access to the arts, to support public education, and I'll note here that due to the large number of public schools that qualify for a Title I status, financial assistance is provided to more than 30% of our participants at Nashville Children's Theater. In 2016-17, the Children's Theater provided $175,000 in free and reduced admissions to public school students. The arts also create jobs and enhance quality of life for the people who call Nashville home. Thank you for your service to our great city.
Good evening. My name is Eli Foster. I live at 784 Gloucester Lane, Nashville, Tennessee 37211. And wow, I mean, all these people presenting to say, please support these wonderful causes. Like the burden of responsibility on you guys, wow, that's heavy. Thank you for listening, really. Because I have a hard time telling my son he can't have the Jordans and he's got to get the Skechers. So I just want to say thanks for listening, because it's a big responsibility. Here's why I'm here this evening. I'm here asking you, please support the school board who made the decision to move Hillwood High School to the Hope Park campus in Bellevue. The reason that I'm asking is an educational reason. What is excellence in education? Really, that's the heart of the question for you guys. And you've heard it over and over and over again from everybody who's in favor of this. Excellent in education is great teachers. I happen to also be a teacher at Bellevue Middle Prep School, which leads into Hillwood High School. So I live in the community, I'm a teacher in the community, my children attend elementary school in the community. Teachers, great teachers, are part of excellence in education. You can get those currently at Hillwood or at the new site. The other thing in excellence in education is a great administration. A great administration you can have at Hillwood or at the new site. The next thing is excellent students who work hard, who try hard, who give their best effort. You can have those at Hillwood or the other side. Those are three really, really important pillars. But three pillars just make for a small stool. Something okay, something good for like milking cows, but not high enough to reach that our students deserve. They need a fourth pillar. That fourth pillar is community. You've heard it over and over and over. When community gets behind something, galvanizes something, things change. You see it right now in Nashville, Smashville. I'm having conversations with my wife who's never watched hockey in her entire life about a two-line pass and offsides rules and PK Subban and Roman Yossi and all of this. I'm having these conversations with her because the community is behind the Predators. Bellevue as a community is behind this move. It is galvanized. It is electric. And in contrast, where the current high school is, Hillwood is not behind the school. The Hillwood, Belmead area, only 7%, 1 out of 15 of the students who are eligible to attend the school within a 1 mile radius attend. 8 students Amy Frog mentioned. This move would make all the difference for our students. You have the fourth pillar, allowing our students to raise up high, be supported, and have an excellent education. Please vote yes to support the move. That was my alarm before your alarm got me. Please vote yes to support the move of the new Bellevue High School, moving from Hillwood's location to the Hope Park location. Thank you.
Of course, I would follow the best teacher in the class. So, good evening, Metro Council, citizens of Nashville. My name is Doria Gibbons, and I'm the Employee Health Coordinator for Nashville General Hospital. I thought I was doing a good thing and getting toward the back of the line just to let you know that Nashville General Hospital is always going to be here. Although I don't live in Davidson County, I have worked my entire adult life here in this wonderful healthcare mecca called Nashville. I was trained at Vanderbilt University School of Nursing, and working 30+ years for the HCA flagship, I have dedicated myself to helping those in need of healthcare services. Last year, my attention was drawn to the inspirational changes and growth that are occurring at Nashville General Hospital. I wanted to be a part of it, so I chose to join the Nashville General family. Tonight, I am here in support of that family and all of its citizens. I'm here in support of our hospital, Nashville General, a place that is improving the health and wellness of Nashville's citizens. That is our mission. I'm here in support of our administrative team, a group of citizens who are guiding us toward leadership in exceptional community health care. That is our vision. I'm here in support of our dedicated and compassionate hospital employees, citizens all, who on a daily basis exhibit compassion, honesty, accountability, respect, and teamwork instilled in us by our leaders. These are our values. Most of all, I'm here this evening in support of our patients. who are also citizens of our great city, often some of our most vulnerable ones, citizens deserving of a healthcare family, a healthcare home. I thank you, members of the Metro Council, for recognizing the inspiring progress that has been made in Nashville General Hospital. But now I would ask that you oppose the current budget proposed by the mayor because it does not properly fund Nashville General Hospital for the operations, and it allows no capital funds for the hospital. I also ask that you support the full funding requested by Nashville General Hospital that has been deemed necessary to continue our shared mission, vision, and values of improving the health care home on which so many of our citizens deserve.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Blunt. I live at 8228 Boone Trace in District 35. I'm here to speak to you in support of the purchase of the land at Hope Park to build a new high school in Bellevue. This has been going on for several years, and I've been to the meetings and seen the various locations. And when Hope Park came into the picture, it was a premier location and an opportunity that we have to take advantage of now, because once it's gone, it will be gone. And I serve on the PTO board at Gower Elementary with my wife and 2 kids who are in this audience, and we see those kids at that school, and we see the support that the community gives that school. And just to reiterate what Mr. Foster said, the community wants this school. We want our kids to have a school in their community. We want our North Nashville kids to be at a school that is supported by the community. We want to hear band practice rolling throughout the hills of Bellevue. We want to come out on Friday nights and support their football team. We want to support the academics of this school. And we just want to support all the kids in our community and those that come to us. Bellevue is growing, and we need this school, and we hope that you approve it. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Coach Maurice Fitzgerald, 101 Eddie Stone Court. I've been in Nashville all my life, a proud product of Edge Hill Housing Projects. I want to thank you this afternoon for listening to us. I'm here on behalf of In Full Motion, who represents the greatest resource in the world, which is our children and their education. In Full Motion, in the past 12 years, have served over 7,000 students in every district. And only one time that I can remember in those 7,000 children that I asked a young man to leave our program. One, you know, diversity will allow you to be invited to the party, but inclusion will allow you to dance when you get to the party. We ask that you would include us and that we be inclusive in this process. And once we're included, you'll see children dance. You'll see them dance to higher scores. You'll see them dance to graduation. You'll see them dance to entering college. You'll see them dance to lowering crime. You'll see them dance to becoming productive citizens, lawyers and doctors. We want to dance. God bless you.
Good evening. I am Cynthia Webb Fitzgerald, and I'm married to that wonderful coach, husband, father for 38 years. And I am the executive director of In Full Motion. I live at 1001 Eddie Stone Court, Nashville, Tennessee, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I want to tell you a little bit about that announcement that I heard earlier, sad circumstances. My husband's from Edge Hill Houses Projects. but I was born in J.C. Napier. I was born at General Hospital. And when you tell me that I can't make it, and at 16 years old, I walked to the Greyhound bus stop from a Metro Nashville public housing project, graduate of a McGavock High School, and I end up later on being told over and over again where you came from, your circumstances make you a product of failure, of crime. Well, I like to say to the members of this honorable council, especially to my councilman from the District 2, In-Full Motion serves all the councilmatic districts, and In-Full Motion provides the supplemental needs that a child like Cynthia Webb needed. And when I graduated from Vanderbilt Law School, I thought that my purpose in life was to go into the courtroom and see that injustices would not continue. And I asked this body to make sure that you approve a budget that includes In-Full Motion that serves 1,000 kids annually, raising ACT scores. So I'm a lawyer, and I know Councilman Hager and other lawyers in the House have seen me in the courtroom, and they don't want me to get too involved because I'll go over my 3 minutes. But we bring evidence, don't we, Councilman? And we came tonight to show you evidence of our results. And we have graduates that are attending Davidson County Metro schools and have come through to tell you how you should support funding In-Full Motion and making sure you approve a budget that includes us. And my goal now as executive director is to make sure we serve kids from all over Davidson County. And we need your support, we need your help, we need your vote to include In-Full Motion in your 2018 budget. And I got the evidence to tell you why. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is LaTanya Bell Fitz, and I'm from 1047 North DuPont, Madison, Tennessee. I'm here on behalf of In-Full Motion. I as well am a product of J.C. Napier. I have 3 adult children that has attended In-Full Motion since 2005. My son graduated college 2013 with a degree in criminal justice, a Bachelor of Science in criminal justice. Upon graduating, he received a job at the Tennessee Department of Correction, in which now he is a commander of the SWAT team. He will be receiving his master's degree in August of 2017. My daughter is a senior at Lane College in Jackson, Tennessee. She will be graduating December 2017 with a Bachelor of Science degree in criminal justice. My youngest daughter has just completed her first year of college at Tennessee State University, where she was on the president's list. In-Full Motion has not only helped my children, it has also helped service other children in Nashville. It has provided them the opportunity to fulfill goals and dreams that they never even imagined could come true. They have given them the opportunity to visit colleges and universities, to be successful and meet other children from all different areas, and help encourage others to develop the skills that they didn't think that they could even do. In-Full Motion has helped our children in Nashville, and I'm coming to you today to ask you to continue to support and fund In-Full Motion.
Good evening. My name is Elijah Micah. I live at 4105 Creekwood North, Nashville, Tennessee, 37218. I am here tonight to speak about my experience with In-Full Motion and why I believe they deserve funding. I have been with In-Full Motion for 3 years now. When I started with them, I had an ACT score of 20, which is not enough to even be considered seriously for any university. And they worked with me to raise that score to a 26. With help from In-Full Motion, I was able to graduate this May from Hume-Fogg Academic Magnet High School with a presidential scholarship from Tennessee State University, as well as $15,000 in scholarship awards from Tri-State Minority Supplier Development Council. This was made possible by In-Full Motion and their staff's dedication to the success of their students. I've used various tutoring programs, as well as the Princeton Review, but I chose to come back to In-Full Motion each year because I could see the impact they were making on the children's lives, as well as on the community. I saw the teen who was so happy because she could now get into the college of her choice. I saw the athlete who had a scholarship waiting on him if only he could get his score high enough. And I saw the joy in their eyes when these goals were achieved thanks to In Full Motion, which is why it was shocking when I found out that all that they were doing was on a shoestring budget, sometimes taking money from their own pockets. I can only imagine the impact they could have with proper funding. I ask when you consider In Full Motion for funding that you keep in mind the kids like me and all the many lives that they have touched throughout the years. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Shelton, and my address is 1117 Wave Runner Court East, and that's in Antioch, Tennessee. That's a part of District 29. I'm coming to you today to speak on behalf of In Full Motion. As of last month, I am a graduate of the University of Tennessee at Knoxville with a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science with a double minor in Business Administration and Africana Studies. There is no way that I would be in the position that I am in today without the help of In Full Motion. Within the next year, I hope to be admitted into Vanderbilt Law School, where I will study contract and corporate law. Every Saturday since the 5th grade, I was involved with In Full Motion. My mother was a volunteer. Every Saturday morning, I was there bright and early, and there was invaluable tools and tips that I picked up at In Full Motion that I used throughout my collegiate career and that I hope to continue to use in law school. Simple tips, as in reading questions in the reading section before actually reading the passage, or looking at the scientific portion of the ACT as if it was a math portion of the ACT. Invaluable tools, as in bringing 5 sharp pencils, number 2 pencils, banded together in a rubber band that some people may not even consider to be like a tool that you would use on the test, but it makes the world's difference. I had a at the age of 14, I had an 18 on the ACT, and by the second semester of my junior year of high school, I had a 28, and by Christmas time of my senior year, I was already accepted into the University of Tennessee, as well as plenty of other schools. I decided to stay in Tennessee, go Vols, but I'm just here today to speak on behalf of In Full Motion. They offer invaluable tools. It's truly a family. They take these children in, no matter where they're from in Nashville, Tennessee, and they cater to them, and they help them get to the next position in life. And I think that's every human being's calling of duty, is to help someone else. So I'm asking you today to actually add In Full Motion to the budget of 2018, because an investment in the future is an investment in Nashville. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maurice Buck Fitzgerald. I live at 536 Cherry Grove Lane, Weiss Creek, Davidson County. I am one of the original In Full Motion attendees or members. I am the son of the great Coach Fitzgerald and the even greater Cynthia Fitzgerald. I got my smarts from her. So I watched my parents all my life give everything of themselves. I talk to people a lot, and I say I have one biological brother, and I love him dearly, but I have many brothers, like Ron Slay, who's going to talk later, and many other guys. In fact, I felt like at Pearl-Cohn High School, the majority of my teammates and my schoolmates, if they were young black males, they were my brother because my father was the father figure for 90% of the young men on the team. And because they had no fathers in the John Henry Held and the Preston Taylor housing projects. And so I watched him and my mother be so unselfish and give hope to young men when they had nowhere else to turn, literally nowhere else to turn but the streets or prison. And so they've continued that. They've instilled it in me, and so I've given back to work with the young student athletes of In Full Motion. And I tell one story, and we have a lot of great stories. I was fortunate enough, because of In Full Motion, to go to the University of Tennessee and graduate from the University of Tennessee. And so I wanted to pass that on. One kid in particular, his name was George Gabisi. He was an immigrant from Ghana. He lived on the streets of Philadelphia for 10 years. He found a foster home here in Davidson County and was later moved to Rutherford County, but he came and was a part of In Full Motion. And the kid had nothing but crime, poverty, and little to no hope. And In Full Motion gave this young man hope. He was able to graduate at the top of his class. He is now doing great at Wofford University. And I can tell so many stories like that. My last point is please support In Full Motion and add them to the 2018 budget. my mother and father, Maurice and Cynthia Fitzgerald, have been pillars of the community. But even sometimes, the pillars need support too. Okay, so please add in full motion to the 2018 budget. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Desmond Bush. I reside at 100 Took Drive, Antioch, Tennessee. InfoMotion is such a huge opportunity, not just for me, but to all the youth that I've seen be empowered and just engage with them. I went from starting out with InfoMotion my freshman year because, of course, my mother had to force me. I didn't want to take the test at all. I started out with an 11, and to my surprise, my mom was not mad at me. She said, it's okay, we could try over again. So when she put me in InfoMotion, I went from starting with an 11 to a 21. I was so ready to be done after that, just because I know that all the hard work, all the dedication of not just the Fitzgeralds, but also the teachers that I had to be tutored with, all the time and effort I put into it, and all the love that they shared because they were not going to let me just give up right off the bat. For InfoMotion, they not only gave me the opportunity of education, but they also gave me the opportunity to work with various internships like HCA and Bank of America Student Leader Internship, which I did in the summer 2014 after my junior year going on to my senior year. I am the eldest of 5 sons, and there's nothing more amazing than seeing the boys behind me come up saying, hey, guess what? I did better than you. That would usually get me mad, but to see that they are following in my footsteps and challenging themselves within InfoMotion shows that InfoMotion is not just there to just push them, they are family. And they're not going to let our children sink. So in closing, I ask you guys, please support InfoMotion to the 2018 budget because we have a duty to preserve the future's welfare and livelihood by giving it to the utmost care and education so that we can make our beloved city and the lives of our youth exemplary. We need to make it better, wiser, and we need to make sure our youth are prepared. Thank you.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Daniel Bush. I reside in 100 Took Drive, Antioch, Tennessee. And the boy that was just speaking to y'all was my oldest brother, Desmond Bush. And ACT has helped me a lot academically, and not just me and my brothers, even my friends at school. Because the way how ACT has helped me is because when I first started ACT, when I was only in 3rd grade, I already made an 11. And ever since I first made that score, at first I was disappointed in myself. And then my mom, she even told me that, you know what? She even, no matter how many times, no matter how low your score can be, it's okay. Try again. There's always a next time, and there's always a chance for success. And two of my older brothers are already heading off to college because of ACT, because how it has academically helped them with their scores, their knowledge, and almost about literally everything they know. And because of ACT, I have now made a score of an 18, and I'm only going to be a freshman. And because of ACT, I am already, and I just know right now that I have a better chance of getting into any college of my choice because of Miss Fitzgerald, Coach Fitzgerald, and my older brothers and the support of my parents. Please support ACT Prep in your 2018 budget.
Hello, my name is Dimitri Ridley. I live at 2709 Old Matthews Road. And when the Fitzgeralds first asked me to come out here and talk to you guys, I was going to come out here, talk about my story, tell them what InfoMotion's done for me, brag about the program. But you guys have heard that countless times today. There's probably not much I can say that the people before me and the representatives after me will say. So I'm just going to say, if any of you are doubting what these students are saying, come to one of our sessions. See what we do. See what the Fitzgeralds do for us and what we do, us students as well, because we have student interns. I'm one of them. Students helping other students. It's like a jury of your peers. They're helping you, pushing you along the way. So if you don't believe what we're saying, come out and see us. Come see that our words speak as loud as our actions do. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Antonio Hanna. I live in Nashville, Tennessee, 1000 Thompson Place, 37217. Coming today for tell about myself for a chance. I haven't only been in the United States just 3 years, and to learn English. And the first, I want to tell you my story for first day for my the high school. The first day, I don't know, understood anything. I keep crying because the second language. And my teacher English to help me, us, to support me, to learn more English, to keep me homework, listening, and she told me if you wanna learn more English, to listen music, news, listening the music, we can listening and talking. And I want to talk about InfoMotion to help me for my score SAT to English, Math, Science. The first time I come in InfoMotion, I don't know anything because this first time I know that we have SAT we have to take before you to attend any college. To help me, my score the first time is 18, and everyone to help me, do not give up. This first time we have many time you take your SAT, and I take 8 time, and I get 18, and 9 time I get 23 InfoMotion. I told God, thank you for helping me. And I hope guys support InfoMotion for 2018. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Natalie Simpson, and I reside at 1727 16th Avenue North, Nashville, Tennessee. Currently, I am a junior at the University of Missouri, and I honestly don't believe that I would be there without InfoMotion. I did the program all throughout high school, and I had the opportunity to gain leadership skills through being an intern and to get my ACT score to a 29. And honestly, that wouldn't have happened without InfoMotion taking the time to teach me strategies that I wouldn't have known about otherwise. I'm a journalism major, so science isn't really my favorite, and it's kind of hard for me to understand, but the strategies they taught me to help me get out of my head and really understand that I was overthinking it, and that they just gave me a lot of strategies to get me through it. And along with the ACT prep, they took us on college tours. I had the opportunity to get a scholarship through Tennessee Minority Supplier Development Council, all because of InfoMotion, and that really took the burden off of my family for college. Also, they really care about you after you graduate high school. I had the opportunity to intern at HCA this summer just because of InfoMotion and their partnership with them. And so they really care about you in high school. They don't forget about you in college, and they want you to grow on to be a successful citizen. So the earlier we start that, the better. I started as a freshman in high school, but I wish I had started earlier. And so the funding that, if you decide to give it, which I really hope you do, it will really help. The earlier the better. And yeah, it's a great program, and I'm so happy to be a part of it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Trueheart. I graduated from Stratford High School. I live at 300 Berkeley Drive, apartment B7. I'm a student intern at InfoMotion. I have been a part of InfoMotion for 3 years now. My sophomore year, I took the ACT. I made a 24, my first time ever. My second time, I took it my junior year. I made a 25. Throughout my time with InfoMotion, it has helped me a lot because during my senior year, I tore my ACL. Of course, as a lot of y'all may know, if you're an athlete and you get hurt, a lot of colleges don't want you no more. So with that being said, through my academics and my ACT score, I was able to go to school for free on a full ride to Tennessee State University. It has helped me, my teammates, my family. It's taken the burden off my family because I don't have the fundings. My parents don't have the fundings for college. So through ACT, it has helped just for me to gain a lot of self-confidence and to get the momentum to go to college. Through InfoMotion, I have went through Tri-State Minority Supplement Development Council, and I have received $10,500 from a scholarship. Truthfully, InfoMotion has helped out kids all over. I mean, whether they're black, white, Hispanic, foreign, they have helped tremendously. Ms. Fitzgerald and Coach Fitzgerald are willing to work with you and their kids through everything. Like, it's just amazing of how great their program has helped a child from, I've seen kids from ages from 8 and up all the way to high school get 22s and 25s on ACTs, and it's amazing that it's like kids this small can grow up and already have an ST score and go to college for free without paying any money or coming out of pocket. So I just really encourage you guys to please help fund the InfoMotion program and to just keep your prayers on them, and thank you.
Good evening, Ron Slay, part of Full Motion, UT Vol graduate, thanks to Full Motion, and there's about 250 other kids out here that need support from Full Motion that out here want to speak, but we're gonna cut it off with us. And I was raised, no address, all of Nashville. So all of you all are my councilmen and councilwomen, and I appreciate it. Support Full Motion, in Full Motion, and I promise you, it will help. And I'm a product of it.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jade Wilkerson. I'm also a product of InfoMotion. Reside in the Nolensville area at 50 Battle Ridge Lane. I started as a junior in the program back in the fall of 2008 in my high school year, and my score increased from a 23 to a 28 just from going through the program. A 5-point jump is so remarkable, and I have to say, from studying by myself to going through the program, I realized how unique and how much value that I got out of being around students, teachers who are so committed to the program, the encouragement and the inspiration, not only from Coach Fitzgerald and Miss Cynthia Fitzgerald, but other students who were sharing testimonies throughout the full program. I went on to Vanderbilt University, got a full tuition scholarship through the Ingram Scholarship Program, and now I'm successfully working as an HR professional in the Brentwood area. So I love what I do. I love giving back to the program. I got a chance to serve a little bit as a teacher while I was in college, and I'm asking you to continue supporting this program because they give excellent service to our community and truly give results in what they do. Thank you.
Good evening to the Metro Council Chair and to the Vice Mayor and all the council members, and to my council member, District 28, to the at-large council members and all the citizenry that are here tonight. I am the Reverend James J. Green, and I pastor the Mount Lebanon Missionary Baptist Church, 222 Franklin Limestone Road, Nashville, Tennessee. I say all roads lead to the church and to Mount Lebanon. I came to Tennessee in 1970. I'm originally from Cleveland, Ohio. to attend American Baptist College, and I graduated in 74. I come tonight to just kind of, I guess right now is just try to encourage the council to prioritize those things that are of public interest. The late Dr. Martin Luther King did a famous speech in Washington, D.C., and he talked about I have a dream, but there was a part in there that he talked about a promissory note, that he was there to cash a check, and it was based on the Declaration of Independence about all men are endowed with so many inalienable rights and that they have a right to so much, and everyone has the right. But the things that he mentioned was about life, the pursuit of happiness, and having access to a quality life. And I just want to encourage you, council members, to keep that in mind, to keep those virtues that this country was built upon, the Declaration, the Bill of Rights, and those things, because you are here to serve and to make sure that the citizenry get those rights. And I think that public education is the key. All of us, majority of us here, were educated by public education. And so I hope that you prioritize education, number one, because education is the key to reduce crime, disparities in health, and all of the other ills that we have. Number two is health. Let's fund Metro General Hospital. Let's give them more than enough, not just enough, but more than enough. And for safety, we all want to be safe. Let us fulfill that promissory note here in Nashville and make this city the kind of city that has the best schools, the best education, and the best safety net in the whole wide world. Bless you and thank you so much.
Good evening, Metro Council. My name is Charles McGuire. I live in West Nashville. I'm mentally disabled and a former inmate. I represent NOAA on the issue of the mentally disabled going to jail and ask you to fund Cheryl Hall's request to build a treatment center where they may go instead. Jail does not need to be the largest provider of the mentally ill. If a mentally ill person is arrested, either their payee cannot post bail or they have no money of their own to post bail, so they must wait 5 to 7 days to be arraigned. If they turn down the plea bargain and everyone is arraigned, they must wait 4 months to be indicted and go to trial, all of which jail is not helping them. If the mentally disabled are be a problem in the community, let them be funded to get a doctor, let them get medication, let them get case management resources, let their disability be instituted so that they may pay for housing and gotten off the streets. I also come to you with the issue to approve more funding to open all Metro libraries on Friday so that families and children have a place to go, especially this time of year when school is out. This is also good for the mentally disabled homeless commission members, which I see here tonight. It gives us a place to surf the internet, read the magazines, read the newspapers, get off the streets. Many of us have laptops and can listen to YouTube on our headphones. Therefore, I ask you to approve funding for these two venues, and thank you for your time tonight.
My name is Katania Smith. I'm with Music City Writers United, and I'm here to ask y'all for more funding for MTA. Meanwhile, MTA has answered some of our demands. For us with the number 22 bus, they doesn't have any details and said that they wouldn't give us any promises. For us, the number 22 bus has the most crappy service with MTA, and it's one of the top 10 buses that bring in the most money with MTA. We're asking for more funding with for MTA so we can expand the 24-hour bus services. I feel that it would gladly, I feel like it would gladly help the unemployment rate and also help a lot of low-class workers, people that is homeless, people with kids, people that need to get their kids around. The number 22 bus stops at 6 o'clock, and it stopped. It stopped going to at least 4 stops within 4 blocks, and then it stops completely at 9 o'clock. A lot of people has complained about not being able to take second and third shift jobs. Not only the number 22 bus, the number 42 and so on. So we're asking today to come and ask for more funding for MTA, because every time we go to MTA, they say they don't have the funding. They don't have the funding. So we was coming to y'all, and I've emailed a lot of y'all, and I spoke with a couple of y'all. So if y'all could check y'all emails or sit down with a lot of y'all. Bye.
Hi, I'm Naisha. I'm with MCRU Youth. I just want to tell y'all that, I really want more bus services to be expanded, because it's really hard for me just to get back and forth to school. I recently moved in with my dad, and he lives in North Nashville, and I'm not able to get back and forth to school because I go to Overton. I'll be a senior next year, so switching would be really hard on me. It'll take away a lot of the things that I've earned and worked for. I'm in Beta Club. I recently joined the Pride Club with my school we just started. I joined the dance team, National Honor Society. I have a lot going on in Overton, and I'm invested in Overton. But it's very hard for me to get to school. I have to, if I stay after school for dance practice like I need to, it takes me about 45 minutes to walk from my school, John Overton, to Harding Place, which is where the nearest bus stop is. And that's really tiring, especially after dance practice. I'm already wore down. I don't want to walk anymore, but I have to walk just to get home. And it takes up to probably about 2 hours just to get back to my dad's. And in the morning, I have to get up about 4:30 every morning to catch the 42 or the 22. And I have to ride from there. I go downtown, and then I get on the Nolensville Road bus. It doesn't matter which one I get on, because I have to get off at McDonald's, and I walk up the street, which is it's a really big hill to walk. And we have to walk, me and a couple of my school friends also walk up that hill or down that hill every day before or after school. And it takes us a while to get back because we all live in North Nashville, but we have a lot invested in Overton, so it'll be harder for us to switch schools. I'm just asking that y'all expand the bus services, or, help us people that are in school trying to do our extracurricular activities. Just help us, get back and forth more easier. Maybe more connector buses or more routes or something. I just want you guys to approve the budget. Thank you.
My name is Justin, and I'm with the Music City Riders. I believe that the buses need to be 24 hours because I'm actually homeless right now, and I had 2 job offers for second and third shift, and with the buses not being able to run out there, I have not been able to get to my job or the job opportunity I had. So all I'm asking for is 24-hour bus services and more routes added. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Hello, my voice is going away, I'm sorry. My name is Angelique Johnson, and I'm also with Music Cities Riders United. And I'm here because I was just asking for you guys to approve the budget, because it's important to me, because I'm legally blind and I have to depend on bus services. And it's harder for me to get SS ride because it's like a hassle to even get it. So I prefer to just ride the bus. It's cheaper for me to afford. So I was seeing if you can approve the budget where I can get back and forth to where I need to be and not have to wait an extra hour because the Bordeaux bus takes a whole hour to get to you. It runs every 50 minutes or so. So it's important that y'all improve the budget so I can get back and forth to where I need to go and expand more bus services. Thank you.
I will not take 3 minutes. I just wanted to express my support for the proposed budget and specifically the allocation of funds to purchase the property that will be used for the Hillwood High School cluster. I followed the school board's long, I guess years-long wrangling over this particular process. They've put a lot of time and effort into it to make sure that the best option is chosen. And we're kind of at this point in the city where we know that just the galloping pace of development makes everything sort of a time-sensitive matter. And I think the timing, there's no time like now. We're not going to get another opportunity to get a property like the one that's available now. And I think it's the best option that we have available. And I definitely appreciate the members of the school board that have spent so much time and taking care of the different concerns and meeting with people over and over again. They've done, I think, a pretty good job at informing us and letting us know how that has been a process. So now it's kind of come before you all. I just want to express my support for that. There's a lot of different things going on. We've heard a lot of different transportation and other issues tonight, and I recognize that it's a balance. It's also one of the things that I think is a core that no one can disagree that it's hard to deprecate education. So I just want to express my support and thank you all for paying attention to many of us here at the bitter end.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jim Zralik. I live at 1705 Bonner in Russ Pulley's district. About an hour ago, I met with the conscience of Nashville, Reverend Bill Barnes. And I said, what would you say tonight if you had 2 minutes to talk to the council? He immediately said affordable housing. He said it was shocking and immoral that Nashville needs 31,000 housing units. Means, you know, a lot of people are going home to no house. Just imagine going home tonight and there wasn't any house, there wasn't any place for you to go, there wasn't a place for the kids to go. Incidentally, if you want to see how Nashville got this way, Reverend Barnes recommends a book called Making an Unequal Metropolis by Ainsley Erickson. It's just been out about a year, and it studies Nashville from about 1930 to the present time. And you can see how there was a deliberate putting down of poor people and black people during that time. It's not just a biased opinion. He's got the facts and figures right there. And incidentally, I'd like to put in a word for Nashville General Hospital. In 2007, they were getting $50 million from metropolitan government. In 7 years later, it went down to $35 million. Just imagine running a business where you had $15 million or less. So I'd appreciate you trying to deal with those 2 points. And incidentally, I'm not from most of the group in motion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Zralik.
I'm Jack Willey. I live at 97 J Street, here with Music City Writers United, and to address the portion of the budget that has to do with MTA, which is directly related to what was just discussed about housing, because those who are having to deal with substantially inadequate public transportation are the same folks that are being displaced by the thousands in our city. Some people have already spoke about the number 22 bus. For those who are not bus riders, that's the one that goes to Bordeaux. The Bordeaux bus is one of the top 10 of dozens of bus lines. It's in the top 10 of the most ridership. And of those top 10 buses, every single one of them goes to all of the stops on Sunday except for one. Guess which one? For Bordeaux, it goes to 58% of the stops. That means 4 out of 10 are just totally eliminated for one of the days in a city in which the two main industries are healthcare and hospitality. Those are industries that are not 9 to 5, Monday to Friday jobs. Those are jobs that go late into the night. Those are jobs that especially are busy on weekends. Those are jobs that people who live in North Nashville rely on and need to get to. And that's not possible when there's a bus that has substandard service, even in a system that's not that great, substantially worse than the other top 10 most active lines. Something's not right. And in addition to that, it runs for about 7.5 hours on Sunday, which means that if you have a full-time job, even if it's the perfect 9 to 5, you're still screwed. So now, not even to talk about the issues that come up Monday through Saturday and when it begins and when it ends. So we are in favor of approving the full MTA request for this year's budget. But in addition to that, we need more funding than that. We don't want to have to come back to tap into the 3% fund, but we need more funding, especially to address this, and it should be tied to ensuring that the routes that need it the most, the people who most rely on the service, have that service. Everyone's familiar with the mayor's plan and with InMotion and the plans to develop light rail. That's fine. That's a massive capital investment. But right now, today, people need the buses. It's a much smaller investment, and we can continue to wait, but every day we wait is cutting out entire neighborhoods from the ability to access jobs. It's cutting out entire neighborhoods to have, for students to have access to the summer job program, to have access to internships, to be able to do the extracurricular activities that Naisha spoke about. And so these are some of the issues that we feel need to be addressed as Metro Council in helping take responsibility and keeping pressure on MTA to do the right thing.
To the Vice Mayor, to the councilmen and councilwomen that are here. My name is Bishop Marcus Campbell. I am the pastor of the Mount Carmel Missionary Baptist Church located in District 19. I'm here in representation of the Community Unity Initiative, which is compiled or made up of other faith-based organizations as well as other organizations that are here in the front line of the community to help the least and the left out in the inner city. We have programs that are not funded that we're paying for out of our own pocket, and I'm just here to see if you all could add into the budget those organizations that are in the inner city that are helping our youth to better them, to go further in their life, as well as dealing with the family as a whole in the community. I am the founder and CEO of a program called Gang, Gentlemen and Not Gangsters. We have been partnering with the juvenile court for the last 2.5 years. The success of my program has been so successful with the juvenile court that they have added a new court called the Gang Court. We are the first state in the United States to ever have a juvenile gang court because of the statistic and the numbers of the teens of lives that we have changed in the juvenile court. Some have went from alternative school, have graduated from high school, some have went on to the military. They have obtained jobs. So I'm asking that you will fund programs that are helping out in the inner city that is making a difference in our youth lives. During orientation, we have a casket that Mr. Sag, who will be speaking next, brings in that we make the young men pull their names out of the casket because that night they're making a choice to make sure they don't wind up in the box. And their goal that night, when we ask them what their goal is only to live to see 21. But because of the program like Gang, Gentlemen and Not Gangsters, a lot of those young men are going off to college because we are able to take them on college tours. If we had the right funding in that program, look at how many more juveniles that we would be able to reach. If we really want to make Nashville the it city, it can only be the it city if we take care of our youth.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Steve Ellison Ganaway, the owner of SAG Funeral Home. I've never been in here before. This is a very beautiful thing y'all got here. But I tell you why I tell you where I have been today. I've been to the housing projects to see a family, and it bothers me to speak on these things. That they loved one was killed today that is 7 years old. And I got to see them when I leave here. And after I see them, I got to go to South Nashville and see a family to a young man that is 18 years old. When I leave there, I got to see another family this evening about a young man that was killed that was 21 years old. And Pastor, I think I heard you ask about some money. Is that correct? I wish these people would help you where you can stay off the funeral home doorstep and quit getting my checks. He needs help. I am sick and tired of burying these kids. I go to Greenwood Cemetery 3 to 4 times a week, burying these kids. And believe me, I'm only one funeral home. I do this weekly, burying these kids. And with all due respect, they set up all of these things talking about, we're going to set this up, we're going to set that up. Pastor, I have stopped coming, haven't I? I have stopped going to those meetings. You know why? Because they set these things up where we're going to do this and we're going to do that. How can you cure a problem when you don't know what the problem is? You have to go there and actually see what's happening in these housing projects. You can't sit behind these desks and talking about, we're going to do this and we're not going to do nothing because you don't know what you're doing. Am I right, Mr. Kendall? Speak up. Yeah, am I right? You've been there, Mr. Kendall. You know what goes on in these housing projects. You know what it takes. It takes M-O-N-E-Y and somebody to get out there and beat them bushes and help these people out there. They don't know, but I'm going to say this and I'm going to leave it alone. Don't let Metro Police Department, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, your door and tell you about your loved one. Don't do it. Don't let me have to come to your house and say, I'm Steve Ellison Ganaway. I understand you lost a loved one. First of all, let me say you have my condolences. That's a bad thing. That is a bad thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, do something before it. Thank you.
Kind of interesting to follow up behind, nonetheless. I'm Derek Strode. I am a Nashvilleian, nonetheless, regardless. My residence is 440 Jesse Drive in Nashville, Tennessee, although now I do more reside in Bellevue as well. But what I'm here to speak about is neither of those 2 locations, but where I participate the most, which is at 1032 Monroe Street, Mount Carmel Missionary Baptist Church. The same gang program that Bishop Campbell mentioned. I'm one of the teachers that teaches these juveniles, or as they're called, juveniles that come through this system every time. We get people that have absolutely no hope in life, no hope in circumstances, just the way that everyone is sitting here looking real nice. To you, you're a target. You're dinner. See what I'm saying? Your lunch. You look good. To them when they don't have the right mindset. And we can say it jokingly, but it's really a real thing. See, by being in Bellevue now and hearing about the initiative that they were talking about, the things over there, and talking about how it needs to go from this education to that education level, it's amazing the outcry that you'll have for things like that in full in motion, because I'm just learning about that part. It's amazing the outcry that you have when you surround yourself with educated people. People begin to care about different things. We do all of this with nothing there. And we don't even complain about that because we keep doing it. But the whole problem, when I look through this budget and I see that it even has to be asked about the money to be here, I mean, we're paying for this with bonds. Let's be real. Let's be real about it. I mean, come on, they're asking for about $40 million. I don't even see much money that's even going into the rest of the schools, period. And they're pleading to get a new building built, but there's so many things that our existing schools need that don't have. There's no money allocated for people that actually care. But we get all the footage. See, every news station has seen our organization on their channels. When there are visuals, the media is out there seeing what we're doing. When we're out loving on the communities, we're there because it's supposed to be made that Nashville really gives a damn. But then we have a $2.13 billion budget that we have to plead with at this when everything has already been submitted. Let's be real about it. Everything's already been submitted and already been put on the table, and there's no allocation for the very thing that's going to help us most, empowering the ones that are not powered right now. If you want to have a better city, create better minds. Yes, that education mentality works, but it has to start now. Why can't we have money going to the programs that are going to capture this before it happens? We're only dealing with the ugly side. We deal with the side after they're already in the system. Why isn't education our foremost things? Why? Obviously, we got the money to put it somewhere. This thing said, just get that. I don't have to say another word. This is Nelson Mandela. He's way more smarter than me, what they say. It says, it always seems impossible until it's done. Let's do it. Oh, I'm sorry, I went over, but I do need to say this. I got so thrown off. I'll be real quick. To say that and to get it done, the thing that I want to propose was Operation Ease, which is just dealing with education, social ethics and justice, and things like that, and just somewhere put that in a pot so we can get it somewhere and help somebody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tyrone Jolly. I live at 3862 Crouch Drive, District 2. I am a lifelong resident of Nashville and an active and registered voter. I work for Metro Water Services, where I'm proud to say I've served the public for over 25 years. I would like to ask the council members to support the proposed budget in front of you, but my real purpose for speaking tonight is to encourage all of us in this chamber and those watching at home to recommit as the city to set of priorities to protect the public services, strengthen our infrastructure, and keep pace with all the growth that we have had in the past few years. Now, let's be clear. We all want Nashville to succeed, but this can't happen to benefit a few at the expense of others. For example, it's no secret that in the past few years, the city has handed out massive incentives to big businesses and corporations. That's money and funding for schools, parks, library, water, and infrastructure projects that may not happen. Even though the city is growing, more people than ever are going to need those facilities and services. Now, being the IT city and having growth means nothing if we can't maintain a good quality life where the regular folks can afford to raise a family and take part in the American dream. Those are the priorities we need to keep focus on. Our schools, hospitals, parks, sidewalks, infrastructure, clean drinking water, and sewage services all cost money. We need to think of ways how to pay for all of these services. We need to think about ways how we can pay for all of these services and not give our money away to big businesses. I just want to thank you for allowing me to speak. I thank you for your service. I also thank you for you all looking after the Metro government employees. And most of all, I thank you for supporting the mayor's budget. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Leon Dent, and not a not a resident of Davidson County, but I am an employee of Nashville General Hospital, and I practice general surgery. I've been in Nashville for about 10 years now, and love what I do. It's a pleasure and an honor to be at General Hospital. You know, over the past, when I first came to Nashville General Hospital 10 years ago, it seemed that we were better funded than we are now, as a matter of fact. And over time, it seems like the funding has dwindled. I can tell you by being on the front lines of that, it's been difficult taking care of patients. You know, the mayor's budget is proposed is really tying our hands. I'll just be blunt about it. We need the additional funding. There's no secret that health care is skyrocketing in terms of cost. That's everywhere. So how do you figure that in Nashville General, with our payer mix, can, with inflation being what it is and the cost escalating, how can we continue to provide the services that we do with less money? It just makes no sense. So what I'm asking is for you all to support the budget that we proposed because we need the additional funding. And on top of that, there's no money for capital budget. There's no money for capital expenditures. So the money that the $35 million won't even get us through the operations, much less, you know, expenditures for capital equipment. Our average age of plant is about 6, 7, 8 years. We've got equipment that's breaking down. We need that additional funding. So I'll just close by saying it's an honor to serve the citizens of Nashville at General Hospital, and but I really would appreciate your support in getting the additional funding. Thank you.
My name is Rita Blue. I reside at 2018 10th Avenue North, District 2. I'm a resident of Casey, Edge Hill, and now North Nashville. I commend In Full Motion for everything that they're doing as an educator, and I support MC Writers for what they're doing because it affects my neighborhood. But today I stand before you just because I'm worried. And I'm worried that affordable housing isn't affordable. I work a full-time job with 2 college degrees, and I still don't meet the minimum requirements to afford affordable housing. My neighborhood is being phased out because of gentrification, and that there are no funds allocated for community improvement. I'm worried about my safety. I'm worried about security. I'm worried about my streets. I'm worried about the police. I'm worried about the neighborhoods. I'm worried because what we're doing isn't working. And I'm asking you tonight to put more money into community initiatives, to do the work of Metro Council, to make sure that our neighborhoods are secure, that our communities are safe, that our children have fair education, that the initiatives that are put in place by organizations like Mount Carmel, which is actually where I worship, and their gang program have funding that is provided. I want to thank the council member, O'Connell, who listened to me a year ago, and he's not my council member. I reside in District 2, and I have yet to meet my council member. And I want to ask all of you to go out into your neighborhoods and listen to the people who reside there because they're all worried. I stand here tonight just to tell you that I'm worried.
All right, move on up. We're getting to the end, it looks like. Yes, sir. You the last? I think you're the last one.
I apologize. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're good.
I'm a bit nervous, but we're going to get through this. My name is Michael Breedlove. I am the current youth pastor at Mount Carmel Missionary Baptist Church. I'm only 27 years old, and I'm here basically to speak on behalf of the gang program, funding it. I can honestly say myself that the program does work. If you don't believe it, you can just take a good look at me. I'm probably the first person to actually meet Bishop, Stroll, and a couple of more guys that facilitate the group. Those guys kind of grabbed me in when I was young. I was like 18 years old. And since I've just been around them, I can honestly say every day my life has gotten better. Not saying that I haven't made any mistakes, but I haven't went to the penitentiary. I haven't got in any trouble, nothing but a simple driving ticket, maybe, anything like that. But other than that, I can honestly say that this program is it is what everyone hype it up to be. Like you said, we had the media come through, see the great things that we're doing, and I honestly think that no 2 hours out the day is not enough, not one day a week. For 2 hours is not enough to deal with the young men that are causing problems in our communities. So, and the reason that it's basically like that is the fact, you know, we funded on our own, and I'm a father of 10, amen. So it's kind of hard to kind of just put all I got into this without looking out for my own children. So I believe I love the city of Nashville. It's where I've been all my life. Never really thought about going anywhere else. But, you know, like Miss Rita Blue said, I'm afraid sometimes. I don't like my kids going outside. I protect them. Like, if they leave the porch, I got to know where they're going. So, you know, just to throw a couple things out there, like when it comes to education, education is important. I think the teacher's salary went up like 2%. And I just believe that when it comes to education, especially in the communities where I live, and I would say I'm District 2 as well, because I stay right around the corner from Reverend Blue. So education is needed. It's needed, discipline, structure. It's all needed in these communities. And I feel that everybody that's in this room, I feel like you guys can kind of help us with that. So I'm not going to take up more of your time. I'm just going to say gang is a good program. It's not a fraud. It's not a fake. We're not in it for the money. We're in it actually to save lives and reach them. We're not sugarcoating anything with these guys. These guys know that the crimes that they've committed, they know that they were wrong. We tell them they're wrong. We don't pacify them, babysit them. We basically just try to give them the real, like I was given. So thank you.
Thanks, sir. Ma'am, were you going to speak? Okay, step on up.
My name is Narisha Greer Breelove. I reside in Cumberland View, where there's a lot that goes on out there. And I can honestly say those kids they love coming to our church. They love when we do our Community Love Fest, when we go to all the different communities. They love when we come out there. They love when it's just interacting with them. But we can only do so much because we're actually taking out of our own kids' mouths just to make sure these kids are eating and make sure that they have the little bouncy houses that they love to play with, making sure that we taking our money going by the printer paper, the ink for the printers, because we not only just, we love on the kids and we also teaches the kids. We teaches them right from wrong. We teaches them their sight words for the little bitty kids. We're teaching them everything that they're supposed to know. Because whether we want to believe it or not, some people, they're not doing it at their homes. They're not getting everything that they're supposed to be getting. Even like with the schools, you have schools that's around in their community where you got teachers that really care, but they really don't have the books that they need. Like, I can honestly say, my son went to school at John Early, and he didn't really have books that he needed to do his homework, because they tell us they don't have enough funding for them to be able to take home books on their own. So I'm like, okay, well, how are y'all supposed to teach? How is they supposed to learn? Like, what are y'all doing? So I feel that when it comes to the school systems that's around in District 2, they need funding. I feel that my church and their gang, when they do the gang for the gentlemen, and now we done started it for the young ladies, because everybody needs it. It's people out there that's calling on our pastor. They're not calling nobody else. In the middle of the night, he's up trying to figure out what else we can do to try to raise money to help these families, to try to, cater to the need of the youth as well as their parents, because we have to work with the parents as well so they will be able to teach their youth. You see what I'm saying? Then we got homeless people calling on us, asking us to bring stuff to them. Like this past Sunday, They took money out of their own pocket when they bought food, hygiene stuff, clothes, all this stuff, just to give to them so that they would be able to have out there. Like, it's cold. Sometimes it's raining. There's a lot of stuff that's going on that I don't see nobody else calling on nobody but him. Him and his wife have to be up all night. I done seen them up all night just trying to figure out a way to just help save all the communities, because it's not just North Nashville. They go everywhere trying to save everybody, and they can't do it just by taking money from their own kids' mouths just so they can feed everybody else. But they do it. But thank you for listening.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in favor, well, I thought I said you were last. Anybody else who wants to speak in favor of the budget, you need to get up and line up. Ma'am, were you going to speak? Okay, those in opposition to the mayor's budget.
Hello, how are you guys doing? My name is Sonia Thomas, and I live at 1836 Bell Arbor Drive. I wasn't going to say anything, but I was just sitting there thinking, is it possible to have a budget and start off below a budget in your household and be able to survive? I just can't imagine that Metro General and Nashville General can survive on $35 million in a year. I've actually worked at Metro General in the past, and it's a very, very good hospital. And so I am just asking you guys to reconsider the amount of money allocated to this hospital. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Mary Polk, and I am an associate minister at Corinthian Missionary Baptist Church. I live at 3316 Countryway Road in Antioch, Tennessee, in District 29, where Ms. Karen Johnson is my council lady. My purpose for speaking tonight is that to this honorable council is the other hat that I wear. That is that of an MNPS school bus driver. A great part of education is transportation. We carry the most valuable commodity that we all have, your children, my grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I am vested in this job. Today, I would like to bring to your attention the most underpaid position, but even more than that, is people refusing to stop for these red flashing stop signs on our buses while we are loading and unloading our students. By not stopping for that red stop sign, you could cause a student to be hurt or even killed. We, the drivers, want MNPD to ticket these people. We need their help. We need their assistance in this. Secondly, air conditioning for the school buses. Drivers can be on their buses sometimes all day long in the heat, and that can get to 110 degrees on those school buses. We are in school from the heat of August until the heat of late May, leaving drivers and students at risk to be sick, have nosebleeds, and even more health issues. All of us drivers care more, and we understand that there's the funding issue, but these, I think, are some things that have to be dealt with. We no longer have an environment where it's cool all day long. It's not. Global warming is a real issue. I dare to say that anybody in the council has a car without an air conditioner in it. You wouldn't dare ride 10 hours in a car without an air conditioner that you ask us to do on a daily basis and do it faithfully. Also, that brings us back to what I truly want to say about the low pay for our drivers. Most of our drivers are paid a lot less than $20,000 a year. They're homeless, but they still come and they still do their jobs professionally. I don't think that any driver new to the road should be there less than $30,000 a year. We are asked to get a CDL, meaning that we have to have a Class B license with a PS endorsement, which is passenger endorsement. Not just get it, but we have to retain it for every day that we are on that job. So I'm asking you that you would take this to heart. These drivers are carrying your best and your most precious cargo, and we're paid less than a truck that drives trash. So I ask that you just take this to heart with me and agree with me that the people that we care the most about, our most valuable commodity, our children. I thank you for your time and your attention and ask that you just please help us continue to keep your children and my children safe as we travel in Metro schools. Thank you.
Thank you,
I'll
ma'am.
be seeing you, Ms. Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Fabiola DeMuth, District 22. Things like accountability, evidence-based practices, research-based practices, standards of care are all part of what we do daily at Nashville General Hospital. The current capital improvement budget, however, does not allocate any funds for your city hospital. I urge each and every one of you to come visit the hospital. What you will see is the positive impact that we have on the community. What you may also see is the obvious need for capital investments, which was obvious to me as I came to the hospital a little over a year ago. So please provide the requested capital budget for Nashville General. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Mildred Dobbins. I reside at 1017 10th Avenue North, Nashville. I'm the founder of Women of Worth Incorporated, which is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. I'm here today to address this honorable council this evening regarding Dream Girls Mentoring Program. Women of Worth was founded in March 2012 after witnessing needs of young women continuously being ignored. As a teen growing up in Metro housing, John Henry Hill, I am well aware of how easy it is to become a statistic of your environment, whereas this could potentially encourage a life of poverty. There are several components under the umbrella of Women of Worth Incorporated. I'm here to speak to you this evening about Dream Girls. Dream Girls is a mentoring program for at-risk girls from grades 4 to 12. The purpose of implementing this program is to be an active mentor in the Metro Nashville community and to prepare teen girls to become leaders within the community by providing assistance in managing conflict, developing character, educational traits, and self-control. With these skills, they will become strong, motivated, accountable, and respectful young ladies. One of the primary reasons our children are suffering in education is because our school is faced with the extreme rise in discipline issues. Our primary focus is to redirect their concentration from what's causing our youth to want to duplicate what majority of them are experiencing in their environment. The why is so crucial, and our goal is to focus on that why. The rise in discipline is hindering our youth from receiving the quality of education they so well deserve. We believe that the students who actively participate in this program will improve in the areas of academic performance, as well as relationship building and respect for authority and themselves. These are specific components that are addressed with our mentees, along with assistance in employment searches, college registration, providing one-on-one mentoring, and referrals to external community resources. Dream Girls wants the opportunity to partner and work and collaborate with Metro Nashville Public Schools. We will strive to provide a safe and quality program and that helps develop teens into strong and healthy young adults. All of our services are focused on our core value of caring, honesty, respect, responsibility, and faith. Helping teens fulfill their potential is our greatest reward. I humbly ask you to consider Dream Girls Mentoring Program while you're preparing your budget. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello and good evening.
My name is Minister Claudine Smith, and my address is 1721 Executive Way, Nashville, Tennessee, 37207. And the district, the 3rd district, where Brenda Hayward is a council lady. I usually say councilwoman, but I think they want to be called ladies. To the chair, esteemed council members, colleagues, and fellow Nashvillians, I would like to be included in the budget. I am the director and founder of Helping Parents Grow Support Group. As a parenting consultant, I'm requesting that this community take care in the parenting, teaching, and training. We teach people how to cook and how to clean and how to be a doctor and how to be a lawyer, but hardly anybody teach a parent how to parent. I've supported hundreds of parents over the years. I've taught parenting classes, I've mentored, I've counseled, and I had great results, even as an individual person helping these parents. I've seen children restored back from the social service agencies. I've seen children go to colleges. I've seen mamas receive empowerment and strength and encouragement as they parent these children. It's all about helping parents grow. How high you are willing to grow depends on how deep you are willing to dig. Our families are the bedrock of our prosperous city. That's why we must help our parents grow. So there is a lack in the home due to decline in morality and all the different issues in our society. So let's support our parents. There is the high incarceration rates, the violent crimes, rising of our gang members, teenage pregnancy. We must save our families by helping our parents grow. We offer classes, support group, individual mentoring to our families because we want our families to grow. And as the esteemed council members that you are, I believe your heart is for the families of Nashville. We have big buildings, skyscrapers, but we need to touch families. We need to restore hope. We need to restore love and empower these parents so that they could take their responsibility serious as we teach them and mentor them to be the parents they so want to be. God bless you, and I hear your heart.
Close us out, Pastor Fuzz.
I will. I get 2 hours? Turn that buzzer thing off. Good evening. Vice Mayor, thank you. And I have to thank you. This morning I got up and I wrote some stuff. It wasn't just stuff, it was good, it was powerful. I left it. But I came in tonight and you opened this meeting with prayer. And so I said they must believe in God, because what I wrote this morning was from Isaiah 58 that said, cry loud, speak like a trumpet, tell my people about their transgressions, tell the house of Jacob about her sins. I wasn't thinking about this council. I'm thinking about our city, a great place. It is a good place. It can be better. You've heard of a lot of things tonight, groups out here who are doing good works that maybe you hadn't heard from before. 4 years ago, I'm really proud because I brought N4 Motion to council 4 years ago. And the reception they received was despicable. They left crying. A year later, they came back and Scott Davis helped them. I took them to the chamber, and the chamber said they don't have a track record. And I said, but Ralph, you got $100,000 without a track record. I thought we were done with Hillwood School. We spent a lot of time there. But then I can see, and I was told when I came to Nashville, I heard this voice in my head saying, infiltrate the levers of power. And every day I heard it. And every day I went to meetings and I participated in 100 organizations, from Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts to NAACP to Black Church Day on the Hill, everything. I thought I was done with Hillwood. But one of my rich friends told me, and I went to find the rich people too. I remember the day I was in a meeting with 20 of the top 100 businessmen, and somebody said Tennessee State University, and somebody else said, what's that? One of the top 20 of the top 100 businessmen. And the reply was, that's the colored university in North Nashville, in North Nashville. This mayor's budget, I don't know what's all in it, Mr. Kendall, Karen, and I counted and I said, I got 26 friends on the council. Steve Glover's my friend. I said, surely this mayor's budget, I don't know what's all in it, Jim, but I know that there's some things that ought to be there that are not there. God said, depart from me, because when I was sick, you wouldn't heal me. Here's a hospital that I know is good. I serve on their foundation board and been there in 2006, and I came back in 2013. And I go to their meetings. I go to police CompStat meetings at least 1.5 times a month. And I base that on the Pew report of how many times people go to church. And I've been doing it for 5 years. It's the second most boring meeting in the city. This is the first. But I go, and I learn. How can this mayor, I was at the meeting that the black community had to endorse her, and I heard her say, let's see, what is it? Health care is a basic human right. I said, wow, how good that is. The mayor said it. And then you don't fund the hospital? You should be tried for homicide, because people who can't get well will die. If they can't go to the doctor when they are sick, they're going to sit at home and die. And you're responsible for it.
Pastor Fuzz.
What?
You know, I paused it twice to give you extra time.
What'd you say? You know I can't hear, Vice Mayor. Hey, thank you for coming to my church. And those of you who have not been.
I think what he's saying is it's my turn.
Where you come from? Come on. All right.
Thank you, Pastor.
He can do the rest of my speech. Come on.
Sorry for that interruption, Council, but I wanted to move us along here per the wishes of the Vice Mayor. I'm Joel Sullivan. I'm in District 24. And I'm a volunteer. I'm a volunteer as a board member for the General Hospital. Been there since September, and boy, have I learned a lot about what hospitals do. I've watched that facility from my office for probably the last 7 years and wanted to help, and I got the call to help. And my background is accounting, CFO, nonprofit work, volunteer work. I understand what that means. And what I found at General Hospital is not what I heard about General Hospital. What I heard about General Hospital was, you don't want to go there. Well, I went, and I found out it's a clean hospital. Yes, it's old. Yes, the equipment is old, but they're still using it. They're still making a difference. Our city has hope. Namely, our hockey team's still got hope to bring home the Stanley Cup. But the hope we're talking about is the hope and the healing that needs to happen in this city. And what happens in this city are people who don't have the help they need give up hope. So they don't go to the hospital. And we need this General Hospital to serve this community, because if they could go to another hospital, they would. And we've got those hospitals in town, but they don't. They go to General when they can get there. So our city has these health issues, and they want that hope. And we are visited by insured and uninsured, so we do receive money. But the money that the council provides us is so critical. How do you go from $50 million several years ago to 35 and keep it flat? I don't know any industry that can keep a flat expense level and grow. What I also found at Nashville General Hospital were doers, believers, people that get the job done with the tools given to them. And that's pretty amazing work, if you ask me. So I've learned a lot being there, and I appreciate the council members that have supported us and walked us through this budget process, because when I was installed in September by the mayors and the council, I was installed and said, you will be supported. Give us the right number. We did that. And we've made changes. And we continue to get better by the changes that we made. We have a direction. There is a place in this city that offers hope and it's that beacon on the hill. And we need to keep it open, and we need to keep it funded. So what I ask you to do tonight, I was told recently that if you're hungry, open your mouth. So I'm here, mouth open. If you look at my constituents, some of them spoke for the mayor's budget, but I kind of feel like they meant to be speaking now. I can't speak for them, but I feel that way. But there's open mouths here tonight, and there's open mouths on the street tonight who are asking for your help to give them help. So here's what I ask. First, I ask you to encourage Metro employees to come to General Hospital. And more importantly, I ask you to do something that's not necessarily customary for the Metropolitan Council. Go back and revisit and give Nashville General the 55.7 they've asked for, because it's the right number and professionals have said it's the right number to get the job done the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? If you're not standing up now, you're not going to get to speak. So there you go.
Okay.
You got to speak, sir.
Oh, my goodness.
Don't interrupt
You
the
wanna
lady, sir.
Come, you can talk with me. I just want to, I'm Jan Brandis, and am the current chair of the Hospital Authority Board. I've gotten to know many of you, often sitting on the other side, and I want to express on behalf of the entire board, and I think the staff and all the individuals who really work at Nashville General. I trained there about 100 years ago, and really fell in love with the esprit de corps that the General represents. We've done a lot of things that have not been we've not been the kind of stewards always of the funds that we've received. We've made mistakes. Some of them have been related to chronic underfunding. Some of them have been related to leadership issues. Some of them have been related simply to not always having the best partnership that we could have with our partner, Meharry. We desperately appreciate your willingness to revisit and to hear all the individuals we've heard tonight. We appreciate people like my councilman, Mr. Pulley. We appreciate Bob Mendez, John Cooper, Ms. Hurd. It goes on. And where's Ms. Gilmore? You should never do that, right? Because you'll miss someone. Let me just say that we've had nothing from council except support. And what I can pledge to you as you look into your hearts, and I'm not very good with my Isaiah verses, but as you look into your hearts in a very difficult position, because everybody wants you to give money, as you look into that, the thing that I can promise you on behalf of the Hospital Authority and on the behalf of the leadership, and I think I can say on behalf of the Meharry leadership as well, that we are committed to working to make this the best safety net hospital we can. We are already in conversation with other institutions in the city and with Vanderbilt and with other partnerships. You've heard the plans for our foundation looking at philanthropy. If you can help us now, we will do the very best job that we can do. We will come back to you with the answers to the questions that many of you have asked, and we will be transparent about how we're doing it. So if you can find a place to change or increase the funding, and particularly to think about our capital needs. I think you heard before, when the beds were replaced about 18 months ago, the average age of the bed was 18 years. We have one CAT scanner. When it breaks, we don't have a replacement. It's one that delivers more radiation than it should. So again, we're not asking for luxury. We're not asking for beauty we're asking for the kinds of things we need to run a safety net hospital. Thank you so much. And again, I cannot tell you how many hours so many of you have spent, and we are deeply appreciative for what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, declare the public hearing closed. Before I come back to you, Councilman Cooper, I just want to remind members of the council that we will be having a work session on the operating budget this Thursday. The budget is amendable on third reading, which is currently scheduled for the 20th, 2 weeks from today. So I'm not telling you not to speak tonight and debate. I'm just encouraging you not to. Councilman Cooper. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I know I speak for everyone on the council. To thank everyone for their time and testimony. I guess I should give the committee report, which the Budget and Finance Committee approved this budget yesterday, 10-4, 0 against. And then I would like to move the bill.
Motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And
thank you.
For the public, just in case that wasn't completely clear, we will have a work session this Thursday where members of the council will discuss all of the proposed changes that the public brought up, any other changes that they have. We will then, on the 20th, and we have Budget and Finance on the 19th, correct? On the 19th, we'll have a Budget and Finance Committee meeting where we will consider amendments to the operating budget. On the 20th, we will consider changes to the operating budget and hopefully pass one, although we have another 10 days after that to do so. So the fact that we're not discussing the public comments tonight shouldn't be taken as our lack of interest. Our process just gives us another night to do that since it's already 9:25 tonight. So that brings us then to the capital improvements budget, which is also on public hearing, BL 2017-736. Councilman Cooper, Councilor Allen adopts the 2017, 2018 through 2022 to 2023 capital improvements budget for the Metropolitan Government for fiscal year 2017-2018. Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move to open the public hearing.
And we didn't, I probably didn't make this totally clear the first go around. A lot of people spoke on items that are actually only addressed in the capital improvements budget. I would encourage you not to speak again on the capital improvements budget if you've already spoken your piece on that. Primarily the Bellevue School, I think, is the big issue. But anybody who would like to speak on the capital improvements budget, please line up and come on up. Those in favor first. Seeing none in favor, those opposed.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Alexander. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer at Nashville General Hospital. You guys have heard quite a bit from our constituents as well as some of our employees. I am here to request that Nashville General Hospital be added back into the capital budget expenditure that we were removed from. And some of my peers have talked about, and obviously our board chair as well as our board finance chair have talked about some of those reasons. I'd like to give a little bit more detail to that. Specifically, when Dr. Brandis mentioned that, yes, about 18 months ago, we replaced faulty beds that were more than 18 years. I need to create a visual stories tell a much better picture. And so if you're going to do healthcare, you need to do it right. You either do it right or you don't do it at all. And so you can't have patients come into a hospital where they're laying on beds where they can actually feel the metal grating underneath the mattress. And so would you want any of your family members, your mother, your sister, your father, your grandmother, laying on a bed where they can actually feel the metal beneath their skin when they may already have a bed sore or some condition that promotes the fact that their healing needs to be the priority. Right now, we're looking at challenges from a capital standpoint where operations will cease to exist. when you don't have surgical lights in the OR. You can't do surgery. You can't put a headlight on a surgeon and hope for the best. When you don't have operating room beds for the patients to lay on. When you have equipment that is beyond its useful life to the extent that you have letters from the federal government saying you can no longer use this equipment because it is outside of its useful life and it is now obsolete. And oh, by the way, it's also sparking, igniting, causing injury to our providers when they're operating on patients. That is substandard care. And so, again, I think our chair and our board finance chair mentioned we're not asking for luxury items. We're asking for basic tools to get the job done. We're asking for basic pieces of equipment that will allow us to take care of the patients on a daily basis without having to rob Peter to pay Paul and decide which vendor we're going to pay today and can we afford to pay that vendor today, or does it mean that we're not going to get the blood transfusion supplies that we need to take care of that post-op patient. So again, I ask that you be consider that you would add us back into the capital budget to take care of some of those basic fundamental needs that our patients require for us to care for the patients. Because if we're going to do patient care, we need to do it right, and we need to make sure that everybody has the same level of care that they would get at a Vanderbilt or a St. Thomas or a Centennial. And if we're not going to do it right, then we don't need to do it at all. Thank you for your time.
So I'll ditto everything she said, but I'll put it in layman's terms. I would venture to say everyone in this chamber has a computer that's probably XP software, Microsoft XP or better. I feel like we're operating with equipment that's the Commodore 64, and only those of you over 50 probably even know what I'm talking about. That's what we're talking about here. These are professionals. They know how to do their job, but they need the equipment to do their job. Each of you have a job to do. You probably have a desk, the newest computer, the tools to do, if you're in equipment and manufacturing, you've got those tools to do the job because you know it's the right thing to do. I'm opposed to the current capital budget because there is zero in the budget for Nashville General Hospital, and we know that we have these needs. So as another great philosopher once said, do it right, do it now, do it right now, and support General Hospital with the equipment that they need. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, I want to tell you this important story. My daughter, she's the best daughter in the whole wide world. We'd gone to St. Thomas, we'd gone to Vanderbilt, we'd gone to walk-in clinics. Everybody diagnosed it wrong or didn't know what was wrong. We went to Nashville General. She's got insurance. In 30 minutes, they diagnosed a very serious illness that's uncurable. After she spent 2 weeks in the hospital, that's how serious it was, she was discharged, and through follow-up care, she was told, we don't have the equipment here to treat you. We got people who are dying that hospital have saved. I've heard a lot of stories like that too. But there are people who are dying who don't have the means to get health care. I just had a man in my church who had a stroke. He'd never had a doctor. I told him it's the best thing ever happened to you. Now I can send you over to General Hospital and you're going to have a doctor. He's got insurance. Everybody keeps thinking it's the free hospital. Build them a new one and other folk will come there too. It's mind-boggling that this hospital is not included in this budget. And we've got to have elected officials who care about our people. Jesus said, when I was sick, you visited me. No, he said, when I was sick, you didn't visit me. Depart from me, you workers of iniquity. Don't have people coming up here praying and you don't believe in my God. The clouds are crying. Nobody can understand how you're the healthcare capital of the world, and we can't take care of our sick. The trees are whispering to one another. What's wrong with them? We're the healthcare capital of the world, and we can't take care of our sick. I don't know what goes on behind the closed doors, but I do know this. There's another scripture that says the eyes of God are everywhere. Thank you.
Seeing no one else, declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to give the committee report. The Budget and Finance Committee voted to approve 736-10 for 0 against, and then recognizing that should this be approved by the council, that we will have the third reading on June the 13th at a called meeting. With that, I would like to move the bill.
Council Lady Allen, let's get her committee report too.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zoning, Historical also recommended approval and then a deferral to June 13th, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Council Lady. No one seeking recognition. There's a motion to approve on second reading and defer third reading to a special called meeting on June 13th. Is that correct? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the consent agenda. The following items are currently on the consent agenda. RS 2017-714, 715, and 716. 721 through 729. And 731 through 745. So once again, 714 through 716. 721 through 729, and 731 through 745. Any objection? Council Lady Johnson.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure. Vice Mayor, did you say 731 is in consent?
731 is on the consent agenda.
May I please pull this out?
Sure. All right, here we go. RS 2017-714, Councilman Cooper approves a grant from the Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services for the state trial courts to enable the adult and juvenile drug court programs to address needs of nonviolent offenders. RS 2017-715, O'Connell, Gilmore, and Cooper approves a Victim Service Coordinator's grant from the State Office of Criminal Justice to the Office of Family Safety to fund 3 victim coordinator positions to assist victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. RS 2017-716. Council Lady Van Reese and Councilman Cooper authorizes an economic development incentive. This one says on my agenda to defer to the June 20 meeting. Is that incorrect? This is RS 2017-716, authorizes an economic development incentive grant between the Metropolitan Government and Music City Productions Incorporated, Van Reese and Cooper. RS 2017-721, Councilman Cooper approves the salary for continued employment of the Chief Medical Director of the Metro Health Department. RS 2017-722, Councilman Cooper approves a grant from the State Department of Health to the Metro Board of Health for Family Planning Services. RS 2017-723, Councilman Cooper approves a grant from the State Department of Health and the Metro Board of Health to achieve sustained tuberculosis control and enhanced tuberculosis prevention. RS 2017-724, Pardue and Cooper approves an intergovernmental agreement between the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for extra duty police services. RS 2017-725, Councilman Cooper and others, approves a grant from the State Department of Finance and Administration to the Metro Police Department to provide mental health services and criminal justice system advocacy to victims of violent crime. RS 2017-726, Sledge and Cooper, approves a grant between the Rebuilding Together Nashville and Metropolitan Government for the rehabilitation of affordable housing units. RS 2017-727, Cooper and others, approves a grant from the State Department of Labor and Workforce Development to the Nashville Career Advancement Center to establish programs and services for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. RS 2017-728, Murphy and Cooper, approves an amendment to a grant from the State Department of Labor and Workforce Development to the Nashville Career Advancement Center to establish career services for eligible adults, youth, and dislocated workers. RS 2017-729, Murphy and Cooper, approves an amendment to a grant from the State Department of Labor and Workforce Development to the Nashville Career Advancement Center to establish programs to prepare adult service recipients for employment. RS 2017-732, Elrod and Cooper, approves a grant from the State Department of Environment and Conservation to the Metro Public Works Department to conduct a waste and recycling characterization study. RS 2017-733, O'Connell, Elrod, and Allen authorizes Messer Construction to construct and install an aerial encroachment at 615 6th Avenue North. RS 2017-734, O'Connell, Allen, Elrod, and Allen authorizes Whiskey Bent Saloon, LLC, to construct and install an aerial encroachment at 306 Broadway. RS 2017-735, O'Connell, Elrod, and Allen authorizes 222 2nd Avenue, LLC, to construct an aerial and underground encroachment at 222 2nd Avenue South. RS 2017-736, Murphy, Elrod, and Allen authorizes Thistle Farms Incorporated to construct and install an aerial encroachment at 5122 Charlotte Avenue. RS 2017-737, Councilman Cooper authorizes the Metro Department of Law to compromise and settle a medical malpractice claim of Valda Banks as administratrix ad litem of the estate of Thomas Bowers against the Metropolitan Hospital Authority in the amount of $250,000. RS 2017-738, Cooper authorizes the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the property damage claim of George Brandt against Metro government in the amount of $30,618.81. RS 2017-739, Cooper authorizes the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the medical malpractice claim of Jacqueline Hoskins as administrator ad litem of the estate of Everett W. Vest III, deceased, against Metropolitan Hospital Authority in the amount of $180,000. RS 2017-740, Councilman Cooper authorizes the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the claim of William James McGilmer against Officer Desmond Hughes in the amount of $11,500. RS 2017-741, Council Lady Blaylock requests the Metropolitan Department of Codes to prepare and the Office of the Trustee to distribute a flyer advising non-mortgaged homeowners of the most common property standards and zoning codes violations. RS 2017-742, Council Lady Blaylock requests the Metro Department of Codes to revise its landlord registration form in order to gather additional information to facilitate contacting rental property landlords when violations or enforcement issues arise. RS 2017-743, Bedname Mendez and others, honors American astrophysicist and science communicator Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson and his advocacy for environmental science upon his arrival in Nashville, Tennessee on June 14, 2017. RS 2017-744, Council Lady Mina Johnson Withers and Van Rees recognizes Thursday, June 1 to Friday, June 30th as Nashville Pride Month, celebrating the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender communities and their enormous contributions to the quality of life in Nashville. RS 2017-745, Council Lady Mina Johnson recognizes June 2017 as Immigrant Heritage Month in Nashville. Those are the items on the consent agenda. That brings us to committee reports. Councilman Bedney, Affordable Housing. Councilman Mendez. 726.
Item 726 came before the Ad Hoc Affordable Housing Committee and was recommended for approval, 6 votes in favor and 0 against.
Thank you, Councilman Cooper. Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance met yesterday and recommended for approval to the council 714, 715, 716, 721, 722, 723, 724, 725, 726, 727, 728, 729, 732, 737, 738, 739, and 740, all 11-4-0 against.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Swope, Codes, Fair, and Farmers Market.
Codes, Fairs, Farmers Market, recommended 741 and 742, 3-4-0 against.
Thank you, Councilman. Council Lady Van Rees, Convention, Tourism, and Public Entertainment Facilities.
We voted 4 in favor, 0 against on Resolution 716.
Thank you, Council Lady. Councilman Kendall, Education.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Education Committee met today and recommended 7-0 on the 730, and 731 was 8-0. 8-4 and 0 again.
Thank you, Councilman. I think I probably didn't need to call on you yet because the one item on the consent agenda is now off, but I appreciate that anyway. Councilman Pulley, Health Hospitals, Social Services.
Health Hospitals and Social Services heard RS 2017-720 through 723 and recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Councilman. Council Lady Murphy, Personnel Public Information.
Personnel, Public Information, Human Relations Committee voted 6 in favor, 0 against on RS 2017-727, RS 2017-728, RS 2017-729.
Thank you, Council Lady. Council Lady Allen, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zoning, Historical recommended approval of RS 2017-733, 10 in favor, 0 against. And for 2017-734, 735, and 736, 11 in favor and 0 against.
Thank you, Council Lady. Councilman Pardue, Public Safety.
Public Safety voted on all bills on the consent agenda and passed them 4-0.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Elrod, Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Works recommend for approval Resolution 732 through 736, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Shulman, Rules, Confirmation, Public Elections.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Rules approved RS 2017-743, 744, 745, 840 against. I believe that all committee reports are in. I would move to approve all resolutions on the consent agenda.
Motion to approve this consent agenda is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We have several resolutions that need to be deferred to track the budget. Without objection, I'm going to read all of those, and then I'll come to Councilman Cooper. The following resolutions are not on this consent agenda for the simple reason that they need to be deferred to a later meeting. RS 2017-682. Councilman Cooper establishes the certified tax rate in the General Services District and declares the amount of certified rate for the Urban Services District. I think we may have a substitute on that one too, Councilman. RS 2017-685, Councilman Cooper approves the Metro Animal Care and Control fee schedule. RS 2017-713, Councilman Cooper issues general obligation bonds of the metropolitan government in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $288 million. But we have to defer that one to the 13th, so let's take that one off too. Sorry. Yeah, that one's to the 13th, right? RS 2017-717, Murphy and Cooper adopts new pay plans for the general employees of the metropolitan government, excluding employees of the Board of Health, Board of Education, the Police and Fire Departments, effective July 1, 2017, July 1, 2018, and July 1, 2019, and establishes the salaries for the Public Defender, Vice Mayor, and members of the Metro Council effective upon the beginning of a new elective term of that office. RS 2017-718, Murphy, Cooper, and Gilmore approves the new pay plans for employees of the Metropolitan Board of Health effective July 1, 2017, July 1, 2018, and July 1, 2019. RS 2017 719, Murphy, Cooper, and Pardue adopts new pay plans for employees of the Metropolitan Departments of Police, Fire, effective July 1, 2017, July 1, 2018, and July 1, 2019. And RS 2017-720, Murphy and Cooper, provides longevity pay for employees of the metropolitan government, including employees of the Board of Health. So, Councilman Cooper, I'm going to ask you to take up RS 2017-682, 685, 717, 718, 719, and 720 at the first. Those are the ones to be deferred to June 20th. Is that not correct, Madam Clerk? Yeah. All right. Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So we should not pass the substitute at this time. All right. Yes, the Budget and Finance Committee approved 11-4-0 against and to defer 682, 685, 717, 718, 719, and 720 to the June 20th meeting.
All right. I'm going to go through and get the other committee reports. Councilman Pulley, you want to give me the committee report on 685?
Health, Hospitals, and Social Services recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Council Lady Murphy, you want to give me 717?
Yes, we motion to defer. We motion to defer to the 20th. 6 in favor, 0 against.
And also 718?
Defer to the 20th. 6 in favor, 0 against.
719?
6 in favor, 0 against to defer to the 20th.
And 20.
6 in favor, 0 against, defer to the 20th.
Okay, Councilman Pulley, let's go back to you on 718.
Health, Hospitals, and Social Services recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against.
And 720.
Recommend approval, 6 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. And Councilman Pardue, let's get 719 and 720.
Both was passed 4-0.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Cooper, I think that's all our committee reports. Let's come back to you on those bills.
Yes, then I move the deferral.
There's a motion to defer to 620. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. That takes us to RS 2017-713, Councilman Cooper, which I have already read. And you want to give us the committee report
Yes,
on that?
The committee voted 11-4-0 against to defer to June 13th called meeting.
And there's a motion to defer to the June 13th. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, council members. That was a little bit messy, but I think we did it right. That brings us to RS 2017-730. O'Connell, Cooper, and Allen authorizes the Director of Public Property to purchase a portion of property for the use and benefit of Metro Nashville Public Schools. Let's see, Councilman O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to request committee reports, please.
Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Budget and Finance Committee voted to amend. I believe there was a typo in the original filing. It voted for the amendment 11-4-0 against, and then to approve as amended 11-4-0 against.
Thank you. Councilman Kendall.
Education Committee voted on the proposed amendment 6-0 and letter to approve 7-0.
Thank you. Councilor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zoning, Historical recommended approval as amended, 10 in favor, 0 against.
There you go. Councilman O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I guess, do I need to move the amendment at this point?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to move the amendment, please.
This motion to amend is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. You're on your bill as amended.
All right, great.
Resolution as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the resolution as amended with a brief comment.
The floor is yours.
This is a part of the MLK expansion process, and I don't know if how many of my colleagues have gotten a chance to get over to the school as it's been expanded, but it was a school that was bursting at the seams, looking for more capacity, and also in a part of the district that's challenged by parking and other infrastructure issues, and this allows the school to continue that expansion with the maximum flexibility. So I'd like to encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you very much.
Council Lady Mina Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am not opposing this purchase at all, but I just need some clarification from legal or our counsel, Mike Jameson. I think on the, it says on the Metro Code of Law 224-240, that's where we talk about acquisition of real estate. And under Section I, it says prior to adoption of an ordinance or second reading by the council authorizing the acquisition by purchase or condemnation in real estate be utilized as a site for the construction of a new public school or relocation of existing school. Public hearing shall be held on said ordinance. So it in this section, as if it required ordinance to approve new school location instead of a resolution. So could you give us some clarification? And because your analysis cited 224-250F, that was referencing disposition of surplus property. So I just want to get a little clarification on that, how did it come about and how we should proceed on this matter.
Sure. The code essentially has two options for the acquisition of property for the use of school construction or the transfer of an existing school. 224-240, as you noted, and then 224-250F cited in the analysis. 240 does specifically talk about an ordinance procedure, but it doesn't mandate that property acquisition be done by ordinance. What it says is prior to the adoption of an ordinance on second reading, it shall be done in this way. That is different from mandating that it be done by ordinance. The second provision, section 250.F, specifically allows for this to be done by resolution, a single reading by the council. We believe that was done for purposes of allowing a more streamlined approach in those instances where the seller has a limited period of time in which to exercise an option, and I believe in this case that exists.
Thank you. So in that explanation, if we were to adopt this new school site resolution, a new school site by resolution, we are not breaking any metro law.
That is correct. There are two options, and this is one of them that's perfectly legal.
Okay, so since we will talk about resolution RS 2017-731, so in this purchase, this is same deal, will be done by resolution. So using this one done by resolution applies the same.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Council Lady Weiner.
One quick question. We have precedent for this for how long?
I know we've done it in the past. I don't know the total number. I'm hearing 15 years, but.
Mr. Vice Mayor, may I ask a question as well? And it's hard to request another opportunity on my own bill.
The floor is still yours.
Excellent,
right?
okay.
You go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I will ask our council also, I mean, this is not a school relocation or anything like that. I mean, this is basically property adjacent to the existing location, so I'd be very surprised to discover that it would even trigger the suggested alternative.
Situation that 731 is in, where we also have a time-sensitive owner's situation, but that's
But neither is it a school relocation in the way that 731 is.
correct.
Thank you.
No one else seeking recognition? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. RS 2017-731. Councilman Cooper, Allen, and Hurt approves an option agreement between the Metropolitan Government and Hope Park Church to purchase property at 8001 Highway 70 South. Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance met yesterday and voted 11-4-0 against for 731.
Councilman Kendall.
Education Committee met today and voted 8-4-0 against.
Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the.
Councilman Cooper, let me interrupt you before you actually move the bill. I'm afraid that my agenda does not reflect the most updated version of the legislation. Council Lady Weiner.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So committee reports.
We've got, I think
Don't we have more?
We have one more. Council Lady Allen. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zoning, Historical recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you.
I would like to put this to bed and move approval, please.
There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. Council Lady Mina Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, because my constituent question, so I will have to ask about this bill. So by approving this bill, we are authorizing Director of the Public Property to purchase Hope Park Church for $10.2 million. Is this correct? And so as of right now, we have not adopted the capital improvement plan or capital spending plan. Although, Director of Public Property were all by resolution, they always have those option or authorization by us to purchase some property, other real estate property. But in this particular location were to be used for the school. So if we execute this contract without adopting school site or school capital improvement budget, if by any chance, which highly unlikely because of the lack of support, but if by any chance we execute or moving towards executing this contract, and then capital spending budget nor capital improvement budget was not improved, we have one extra property spending $10.2 million. Is that not?
Well, we would, by charter, we have to have approved the CIB, the capital improvements budget, by the 15th, and we have to have approved, of course, the operating budget by the end of the month. Either ours or the mayor's gets approved. So there's no variation where one or both aren't approved this month.
So in that case, what will be the harm to be just safe side to push until June 13th meeting?
I guess you have two options. If you were interested in a deferral, you'd have the 13th, and this could be added to that agenda, or the 20th before the end of the month.
I understand. So in that case, so let me ask some question, because the current correspondence between Mr. White and the director of the school property, it says the response from Mr. White required closing date shall be not later than August 1st. Are we binded at the date of August 1st at this point, or do we still have option to extend that purchasing date?
I think it's the property owner that is in the bind. They have financing penalties that will kick in if the closing is not conducted by August 1st. I don't know what those penalties are, but a fairly significant. Ms. Council Lady Weiner may know.
Not on right now. I'm not, no. You're not on, that's correct. Ms. Johnson has the floor. Finish your questions.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I just want to make one thing clear. I am not opposing building Bellevue High School because as we had lots of testimony, the community in Bellevue are really excited. And, you know, it shows because it has 7 years. They have been planning 7 years. So this time they are so close to getting their high school they've been yawning, and the communities are behind it. And so that's a great thing. You know, one of the teachers says the community make school succeed. I totally agree it. But I just want to point out one thing. By committing this $10.2 million expenditure, we are somewhat committing.
Councilman Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got a lot that I would love to say, but I think everybody has probably heard enough, so I'd like to call for the question.
Oh, man. You can't do it that way, sir.
Why not?
It's going to be the first thing you say, man.
Okay, well then I will say everything I have to say. Okay. I tried. I swear I tried. Okay. Obviously, this plan has overwhelming support from the community, so I'll just make 3 points that would have been a lot quicker, but won't be so much. First of all, the handout on your desk shows that a majority of children within a mile of the Hope Park site attend our cluster schools and can make a reasonable assumption will attend this new school, while 90% of the children around the current school, and there are a lot of them, all go to private school. In fact, more of them go to Hillsborough than go to Hillwood. 8 of them go to Hillwood. That's been true since desegregation, and that's going to continue. Our schools need community support. Our students need to feel welcome and comfortable and valued and not shunned. Number 2, this proposal off I-40 is a lot more accessible for virtually every student in the cluster. It's true for kids from Bellevue to North Nashville. To make sure that was true, I went out and I videotaped the drive from the Fisk area to both locations. If anybody's incredibly bored, if you go to daveforbellevue.com/drive, you can see those 2 videos side by side and see how much quicker you can get to the current site from virtually anywhere. Number 3, Metro Schools gave me a list of all the capital projects that they've undergone since 2007. And I looked at all the projects that took place on the side of a school. That's renovations, rebuilds, expansions, and land purchase. Those projects have totaled $712,870. And of that number, $389,596 was spent in the Hillwood cluster. Again, that's about $400,000 out of $531 million, or 0.07%. This project has slowly risen over the years to the top tier of priorities, and we need to get moving with it. Thanks for everybody's time on this, everybody's patience. Amy Froeg's been working her off. 9 community meetings, tons of engagement. School board's behind it, mayor's behind it, parents are behind it. Let's do it.
Councilor Karen Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is a question for Attorney Cooper and Attorney Jameson. I remember we did this same option agreement when we purchased Smith Springs Elementary. And my question is it a requirement to have this passed in the CIB first before this type of resolution is passed on the approval of the option agreement?
No.
Thank you.
Councilman Kendall.
Call for the question.
All in favor? Opposed? Question carries. Motion to approve. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to bills on introduction and first reading. Oh, we have one late resolution. My apologies. Councilman Mendez, I believe.
I'd like to move to suspend the rules to introduce.
Sorry, there you go.
Motion to suspend the rules to present a late filed resolution honoring the life of the late Bishop David R. Chobe.
Is there objection? Seeing none? Let me read the caption. Late resolution, Mendez, Murphy, Leonardo, and Syracuse honors the life of the Most Reverend David R. Chobe, the 11th Bishop of the Diocese of Nashville. Councilman Mendez.
I'd like to move approval with a brief explanation.
Floor is yours.
Bishop Chobe passed away this last weekend on Saturday night. I had the honor of working with him on several volunteer projects. And although I know there's been a lot of preaching in the chamber this evening, I want to share one thing in particular that I remember, will always remember about him that is relevant to the work we do here. He lived his faith, and in particular, a passage from the Gospel of Mark, which says, "You shall treat your neighbor as your own. There is no other commandment greater than this," is something that he lived by. And any decision I saw him make on behalf of the Catholic Diocese of Nashville or the city of Nashville, he made using that as his guidepost. So with that, I'd like to renew my motion.
This motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to bills on introduction and first reading. Without objection, we'll take all those matters together. Seeing no objection, with Councilman Swope has asked to be recorded as voting no on 739 and 743. With Madam Clerk, would you please note that? Otherwise, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We do have one late filed ordinance, I believe. Is that not correct? Councilman Kendall?
Yes, Vice Mayor. This is I would like to ask the suspension of the rules to pass this. Met with the Rules Committee today and explained why we needed to do this. And
there's a motion to suspend the rules.
Right.
Is there objection, Councilman Schulman?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. We have two that we're taking up. Both have been presented to the Rules Committee. We're both okay. All right.
I don't have a caption or anything for the second one. I have a caption for the first one. I'm going to take that back. I do have the caption. It's just not on the agenda. All right. Councilman Kendall, is there objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, let me read the caption of your bill here. Amends the 1800 West End Pacific Plan located at 1800 West End Avenue in 1801 and 1807 Hayes Street to add a medical office as a permitted use. Councilman Kendall.
move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councilman Davis? Did you have a...
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to call on my friend from the Rules Committee, King, to
Is it motion to suspend the rules? Councilman Schulman.
Rules Committee reviewed this and was okay with the suspension of the rules.
All right. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, let me read the caption. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from RS5 to SP zoning on properties located at 528, 532, 536, and 540 Edwin Street, approximately 420 feet south of East Trinity Lane, 3.79 acres to permit up to 32 residential units, all of which is described herein. It's proposal number 2017 SP-030-001. Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to suspend the rules, please.
Is there objection? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
Hello.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to bills on second reading. 645, my first one. Bill 2017-645. Councilman Pardue and Van Reese amends the Metro Code to allow alcohol consumption by carriage passengers. Councilman Pardue.
I think mine would be the only committee as well.
You are the only committee, sir.
Passed 4-0.
And the motion is?
To move for approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Bill 2017-687, Elrod, Weiner, and Hurt. Amends the Metro Code establishing a process and procedure for naming public buildings, structures, and spaces of metropolitan government. Councilman Elrod.
Committee reports, please.
Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. At the request of the sponsor, Planning, Zoning, Historical recommended a one-meeting deferral, 11 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Works recommended a deferral to the first meeting in August, 10 in favor, 0 against. And I would move that deferral to the first meeting in August. And I want to personally apologize to the Planning Committee that I was not there. That was a scheduling snafu on my part. I apologize if you had any unnecessary discussion on it. But move to defer it to the first meeting in August.
Motion to defer to the first meeting in August, properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Bill 2007-688, Councilman Swope, amends the Metro Code to permit the construction and use of electric fences pursuant to certain standards. Councilman Swope.
Committee reports. Codes, Fairs, Farmers Market. Agreed to defer this as substituted till July 6th.
Is there a substitute?
And at this time, I would like to move the substitute.
Motion to substitute is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And the motion to...
And I ask that we move this to July 6th agenda.
Motion to defer to July 6th is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Bill 2017-691, Murphy, Elrod, and Allen abandons existing easement rights for property located at 3900 Alabama Avenue. Council Lady Murphy.
Committee reports, please.
Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The committee voted to defer one meeting, 11 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommended a one meeting deferral, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Council Lady Murphy.
Thank you. I will like to move to defer with the committee deferrals.
Motion to defer one meeting, properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Bill 2017-705, Shulman and Blaylock, establishes an incentive program to allow neighborhoods to be awarded for meeting all code requirements. Councilman Shulman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Let's see. Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. At the request of the sponsor, the committee voted 11-4-0 against to defer to the July the 6th meeting.
Councilman Swope.
At the request of the sponsor, committee voted to defer to the July 6th meeting, 3-4-0 against.
Councilman Shulman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to defer until July 6th with a very brief explanation.
What's yours?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is following the budget. This is the Neighborhood Cleanup Incentive Program, trying to figure out if it gets approved in the budget, so it has to follow behind it. So that's why it's been moved to July 6th. Renew my motion.
Motion to defer to July 6th, properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-707, Council Lady Murphy and Councilman Cooper, amends the Metro Code with respect to procurement of telecommunications and internet access services. Council Lady Murphy.
Committee reports, please.
Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The request is to withdraw this bill at this time.
Council Lady Murphy.
Thank you. Our Personnel Committee is also making a motion to withdraw at the request of the department, that they are going to continue working on it. And I know that a number of us have gotten a number of questions about this, and that IT department is reaching out and working on it. And so motion to withdraw, please.
This motion to withdraw is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-723, Councilman Cooper, establishes the tax levy in the General Services District for the fiscal year 2017-2018 and declares the amount required for the annual operating budget of the Urban Services District. Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. There is a substitute. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 11-4-0 against for the substitute, and then 11-4-0 against to approve as substituted. And I would like to move the substitute.
The motion to substitute is properly seconded. Council Lady Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would just like to ask Mr. Jamison if he would read what the substitute ends up making the GSD and the USD.
Stays the same.
Stays the same. Just wanted to hear that. Thank you.
This motion to substitute is properly seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. You're on your bill as substituted, Councilman Cooper.
I would like to move the bill as substituted.
This motion to approve the substitute the bill as substituted. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-724, Councilman Cooper, Council Lady Vercher, establishes a program for the purpose of providing assistance to low-income elderly residents of metropolitan government for 2017-2018. Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted 11-4-0 against to approve 724, and I would move to approve the bill.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-725, Cooper and Henderson, establishes a conservation assistance grant fund to facilitate conservation and preservation of properties with great natural, cultural, and environmental importance. Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to approve 11-4-0 against, and I would request to move the bill as recommended.
Council Lady Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Parks, Library, and Recreation Committee recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
This motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-726, Mendez, Swope, and others. Amends the Metro Code to add a requirement for the Department of Finance to maintain a written debt management policy. Councilman Mendez.
Committee report, please.
Councilman Cooper.
Yes, Budget and Finance voted 11-4-0 against to defer to the June 20th meeting at the request of the sponsor.
Councilman Mendez.
Since we're working with finance on this still and expect some changes, I move to defer one meeting to June 20th.
Motion to defer to June 20th is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-727, Councilman Potts, Councilman Elrod, amends the Metro Code concerning the display of taxi cab permits. Councilman Potts.
Committee reports.
Councilman Cooper.
Budget and Finance voted 11-4-0 against to approve.
Councilman Potts.
Traffic and Parking voted to approve 4-4-0 against, and I move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-728, Potts, Pardue, and others. Amends the Metro Code to add additional application requirements for the qualification of permits and authorizes the Director of the Transportation Licensing Commission to suspend, revoke, place on probation, or otherwise restrict licenses issued to booting companies. Councilman Potts.
Committee report.
Councilman Pardue.
Passed 4-0.
Councilman Potts.
Traffic and Parking voted to approve 4-4-0 against, and I move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-729, Cooper and Elrod approves an amendment to an agreement between the Metropolitan Government and Piedmont Natural Gas Company, Incorporated. Councilman Cooper.
Budget and Finance met and voted to approve 11-4-0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Cooper.
I would request approval of the bill.
This motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-730, Cooper, Elrod, and Allen authorizes the Department of Water and Sewerage Services to enter into an agreement with Meritage to fund the operation and maintenance of a public pressure sewer extension for its development at Clover Glen. Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance met and voted 11-4-0 against for approval, and I would request approval of the bill.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
This is a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-731, Pulley, Cooper, and others authorizes the acquisition of certain right-of-way easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights by negotiation or condemnation for use in public projects for the Lone Oaks Road sidewalk improvements. Councilman Pulley.
Committee reports, please.
Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to approve 11-4-0 against.
Councilor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zoning, Historical recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommend approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Pulley.
I'd move approval.
There's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-732, Elrod and Allen abandons an existing sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements, and accepts a new sanitary sewer manhole and any associated easements for property located at 2400 Gallatin Pike. Councilman Elrod.
Committee reports, please.
Councilor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, Zoning, Historical recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommend approval, 10 in favor, 0 against. Move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Bill 2017-733, Councilman Schulman readopts the code of the Metropolitan Government to include supplemental and replacement pages and ordinances of a general and permanent nature enacted on or before February 22, 2017. Councilman Schulman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Rules approve this one, 8-4-0 against. Move for approval.
This motion approved is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Bill 2017-735, Councilman Cooper Murphy creates various positions in the Metropolitan Government. Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance met and voted to approve 11-4-0 against.
Councilor Lady Murphy.
Are we on 735? Okay, I had this as we were deferring to the 20th, 6 in favor, 0 against.
It'll be on third reading on the 20th, so it would still be tracking with the budget if we just pass it on second reading tonight. Committee report?
We deferred it 6 in favor, 0 against to the 20th. That's what it was my understanding this was tracking with the budget.
That is not tracking with the budget. Right. I mean, to defer the second reading to the 20th is not tracking with the budget. It's lagging the budget. So we need to suspend the rules to, Councilman, move to suspend the rules to override the committee's deferral.
What he said.
Is there objection? Seeing none, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance met and voted to approve 11-4-0 against, and I would request approval.
This motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2016-408. Councilman Roten changes 285.03 acres from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 2040 Hickory Hill Lane to prevent up to 500 single-family lots. Councilman Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I move to defer this one meeting.
This motion to defer one meeting is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2016-498, Elrod, Mendez, and others. Amends the Metro Code to require approval by the Metro Council for obstructions or excavations which close or occupy any portion of a public right-of-way for a period in excess of 1 year. Councilman Elrod.
Committee reports, please. I guess it's just me. Public Works recommended a move to withdraw it, 10 in favor, 0 against. And I'm going to make that motion, but with a explanation. I'll be as candid with y'all as I was with the Public Works Committee. This bill is something that was filed beginning in December or January, I forget which. As someone said in the committee, it was still cold outside. And it was also filed with a resolution requesting Public Works and codes and the development industry, along with Walk Bike Nashville, to come up with some rules and regs, particularly to address placing construction equipment in the right-of-way, to try to get a handle on that at the beginning of the process in codes, instead of towards the end of the process of, hey, I need a permit in 2 weeks to shut down part of 6th Avenue for 18 months or something like that. So what has been happening is I've been continuing to defer this bill, and this is the last one. I can't defer it anymore, or if I defer it at all, it'll be withdrawn. So this is where I'm at. I've been, as I said to the committee, I've used this bill as leverage to try to get the development community, Public Works, codes, others, to come up with some kind of solution that addresses these kinds of issues. As a council member, it's hard for me to try to meet with all the partners, look at staffing, permitting fees, knowing, all that kind of thing. Councilwoman Allen has the patience for that, that she's done it, but I candidly do not. And I may not be as smart as she is either, so I'm doubly, none of us are, right? Thank you, Russ. But what you have before you, though, are 2 letters. And yes, I passed out a letter in opposition to my own bill, but I did that for a reason. On the second page is a list of things that the development community, ABC, Associated Builders and Contractors, have agreed that they think should, some things that should be implemented. I think the best one of those is that that right-of-way permits for over 20 days should be handled when you go get your building permit, which is not what is being done now. But what that would require, though, well, I'll address that in a second. Also, and so the ABC is opposed to the bill And also the chamber is opposed to the bill, and you have a letter that was emailed to you on your desk. You also have the letter from ABC. But I give those letters, I wanted to make sure you saw those letters, because for the ABC letter, I wanted you to see on the second page what the industry has agreed to. And the Public Works Committee, Toby Compton of ABC, said that they would be willing to go along with reasonable fee increases for permits as long as it went to dedicated staff to help process fees, or to process permits, to process plans, and that kind of thing, and inspections, including inspections. In the chamber letter, if you look on the last one, finally, if additional resources are needed to implement the safety regulations, the chamber is open to joining the discussion. In discussions with the chamber, I don't want to speak for them, but I think there could be a willingness also upon the chamber along the same lines of ABC. So this is where we're at. I'm going to be withdrawing the bill because I think and I'll take that back. I will be filing some more legislation, for either some more leverage, to try to get something more done on this, because this has been a Don Quixote passion of mine for over a year now. It was actually this time last year when I tried to amend Councilman Pridemore's fee bill on this kind of issue, because it strikes me that we have a fee for a permit where the money is supposed to go to the fee is supposed to go recover the cost associated with that permit. And what this is saying from these two letters, particularly the ABC letter, is we are willing to pay a higher fee for more staff, but it's not in the budget. We don't have a fee increase resolution to go along with the budget. So I'm going to be filing some type of fee resolution or fee increase resolution in our next council meeting, or for our next council meeting, which according to the ordinance can be done by resolution. I checked, and I remember that specifically from last year. And also something else, I'm willing to entertain any kind of crazy idea that anybody has. But we have it now before us, and it just takes us the political will from us and from the administration. We can get more staff. And we have the industry welcoming it as long as it's reasonable, which I completely understand. So we can get more done on right-of-way permits, right-of-way closures. We just need more, I believe, more staff, because Public Works in total requested, I think, 74 employees that weren't in their budget, and specifically for right-of-way permits, 3 employees. So they need, I believe that even if the ABC bill were to pass, that we don't have the staff in Public Works to handle it. So I'm going to move to withdraw, but I'm going to be coming back with more. I want to let y'all know that. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
He's going to move to withdraw and coming back for more. That's what I heard. That's all I heard.
You made me chairman of this committee.
There's a motion to withdraw. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-646. Amends Rosenberg and Sledge amends the Metro Code to add a new section regulating installation and operation of unmanned surveillance devices within the public right-of-way without prior Metropolitan Council approval. Councilman Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call, just kidding. As I noted on second reading, this is the bill that calls for a single reading resolution with public hearing for any drastic type of increase in surveillance equipment or the introduction of a new type of surveillance equipment. It only comes to us for that single reading resolution and a public hearing when there is that sort of increase. It also calls for protecting citizens from the stockpiling of data on their personal activities, which could be subject to open records, hackers, and demands of state and federal agencies. It does not prohibit the use of surveillance cameras, body cameras, or any in a long list of technologies used throughout Nashville, nor would it have any effect on any equipment that's currently being used by Metro. It implements some of the guiding principles of a consortium of groups, just introduces a little bit of transparency and public engagement to the process, and with that, I move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. Council Lady Mina Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do appreciate Councilmember Rosenberg's effort, and I wholeheartedly agree with we have to have protect our privacy and so forth, and I do appreciate that. However, this ordinance will affect or maybe excluded. We are not sure if the city of Belmead or a city of Goodlettsville or a city of Berry Hill. The cities, they are incorporated when we have metropolitan government. They had police force when they are incorporated. Those cities might be excluded under the charter. However, we do not have any solid answer one way or the other. So for that reason, and as well as a city of Forest Hills and Oak Hill, they do not have police force currently. So if by any chance they said they will not, since they do not have any budget or they are relying on cooperation with MMPD, so they do not have any plan to install the camera. But however, when those cities, satellite city, decided this ordinance will appear to have, they have to come front of us. So for that reason, I will be voting no.
Councilman Elrod.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just wanted to get on the record that I understand the argument about the police powers, that those are reserved in the charter, but I also want to state, just for any legislative record, that this is a furtherance of Metro's regulation of Davidson County right-of-way. So that we are putting in place something that is restricting the use, or not restricting necessarily, but regulating the use of Metro right-of-way and installing of cameras, license plate readers, that kind of thing. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you open the machine? I think that's everybody, but I'm not sure.
I have 25 for, 2 against, 3 abstentions.
Motion carries. Bill 2017-655, Council Lady Murphy, changes 13.12 acres from OG and RM 40 to SP zoning for property located at 109 and 123 Bosley Springs Road to permit mixed-use development. Council Lady Murphy.
I would like to, with all reports in, I'd like to move for approval.
I think you have an amendment.
I'm sorry, I confused my bills. That is my fault. I would like to move the amendment, please.
So motion to amend is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
There was a committee report.
I'm good.
Okay, that's reversed. I'm sorry. Committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning, zoning, and historical recommended approval as amended, 11 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Council Lady Murphy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
Floor is yours.
This is legislation in SP that was passed in the previous council, and that is coming back to us, and it is enhanced and in a better form. We are now going to be protecting the stream buffer and the floodway on this property. And the amendment that y'all just supported me on is something that Councilman at Large John Cooper and I have worked out with the with St. Thomas and the other parties that will ensure that part of this parcel will be green space and will be part of our greenway system, and just adding to what is already a wonderful greenway that we have, but this is really going to cap it off, and I'm very excited that we're able to do that. And so I'd like to thank Councilman Cooper and St. Thomas and the Richland Creek Watershed Alliance, because they have not only supported this, but they have endorsed this piece of legislation. And we did pass out a letter many times ago when this was before you before. So just want to, with that explanation, again, move for approval, and thank you for your support on this and support of furthering our green space in District 24.
Councilman Cooper.
Thank you. Very quickly, Mr. Vice Mayor, I just think Council Lady Murphy is being too modest. This obtains a really important greenway extension for the Richland Greenway. It's really going to be a magnificent addition to Nashville. And also, this successfully concludes a matter that started in 2003. and Council Lady Murphy has managed to do that. So with that, I just, as one of her constituents, I want to thank her.
This motion to approve, it's properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-682, Withers and Scott Davis. Changes 5.32 acres from MUGA R6 and RS5 to SPMU zoning for property located at 1101 and 1108 Gallatin Avenue, 1105, 1107, 1109, 1111 Sharp Avenue and Sharp Avenue unnumbered, 1048 and 1050 West Greenwood Avenue, and 1110 Greenwood Avenue to permit a mixed-use development. Councilman Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. All committees are in and approval is recommended. I would like to ask the council body to defer indefinitely with a brief comment.
Floor is yours.
A lot of great work has gone into this proposal. The property owner has owned it for generations and has had great communication with myself, and I know Councilmember Scott Davis as well. This property is located in, this collection of properties is in both of our districts. We had a very well-attended community meeting, received lots of great feedback. The commentary at the Planning Commission was positive. There are lots of great pedestrian and bike infrastructure improvements. There are just so many great things for this project. It's unfortunate that the property owner is still working through some final negotiations with their tenant, and so it's at their request that I request an indefinite deferral. Assuming that those things are able to be worked out in the near future, I will be bringing it back and requesting everyone's approval at that time. Also wanted just to comment for everyone who was in attendance at the public hearing. There was commentary at the Metro Council public hearing with regard to some calming concerns, actually a little bit further into the Eastwood neighborhood. And just wanted to let everyone know this property itself is not related to that concern specifically, but I am working with Public Works to come out to our Eastwood neighbors meeting to look at what some traffic calming options are further in order to address that concern, which isn't necessarily related directly here. But I would like to renew my motion to defer indefinitely, and I will ask everyone's support when I do bring this back to the council floor.
Motion to defer indefinitely is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-708, Sledge and Murphy amends the Metro Code to establish a public records request coordinator for the metropolitan government. Councilman Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-709, Councilman Cooper approves a contract between the Department of Public Works and the Nashville Downtown Partnership for the management of public parking facilities. Councilman Cooper.
Committee reports.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommend approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Cooper.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-710, Cooper, Elrod, and Allen authorizes the Metro government to enter into a consulting contract for long-term solid waste management plan. Councilman Cooper.
Committee reports.
Councilman Elrod.
Public Works recommend approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Councilman Cooper.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-711, Cooper, Elrod, and Allen authorizes the acquisition of right-of-way easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights for purposes of the Hobson Pike sidewalk improvements. Councilman Cooper.
All committee reports in. I move for approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-712, Councilman Prodmore, Cooper, and others authorizes the acquisition of right-of-way easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights for purposes of the Delaware Avenue sidewalk improvements. Councilman Prodmore.
Move for final approval.
The motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-713, Murphy, Elrod, and Allen abandons existing sanitary sewer and water mains and easements and accepts new sanitary sewer main manholes and easements for properties located at 4101 Ridgefield Drive and 211 Innsworth Place. Council Lady Murphy.
This one should have all committee reports in. Is that correct? Great. Yes. I would like to move for approval, please.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-714, Kendall Elrod and Allen abandons existing combination sewer main and any associated easements and accepts a new sanitary manhole, fire hydrants, and associated easements for property located at 22nd Avenue North. Councilman Elrod.
I saw him step out in the hallway. I'll move approval.
Motion to approve is properly second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-715, Elrod and Allen, authorizes the acquisition of certain permanent and temporary easements for two properties located at 3617 and 3621 Roundwood Forest Drive. Councilman Elrod.
Move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-716, Elrod and Allen, authorizes the acquisition of certain permanent and temporary easements for the Van Buren Street Stormwater Improvement Project for two properties located at 101A and 101 Van Buren Street. Councilman Elrod.
Move approval.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. BL 2017-717, Council Lady Van Reese, Elrod, and Allen, changes the name of a portion of Due West Avenue to West Due West Avenue. Council Lady Van Reese.
Approval, please.
Motion to approve is properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Stick with me here at the end because we do have a special motion at the end. BL 2017-718, Elrod and Allen, authorizes Drury Nashville LLC to install, construct, and maintain underground and aerial encroachments in the right-of-way located at 315 3rd Avenue South. Councilman Elrod.
I move to close it out and move approval.
Motion to approve. It's properly seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Councilman Schulman.
You want to do anything? All right. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to adjourn until Tuesday, June 13th, 2017 at 6:00 p.m. for the purpose of considering ordinance number BL 2017-736, which is the capital improvements budget for fiscal year 17 and 18 on third and final reading, along with any other matters the Vice Mayor deems appropriate for consideration at that time. That's my motion.
There's a motion. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Stay with me one more minute. Councilman Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I was asked by Chairman Henderson to make note that the library was awarded a national award today. So if we could all give a round of applause to the library.
And I do want to thank the council for paying such close attention to the public tonight. It was long, but y'all did a good job of hanging with them and listening. Please don't punish them for having too many speakers on the same subject. So anyway, we still have 2 weeks worth of work to do to pass a budget. So everybody hang with the budget chair. Make sure if you have an issue that you come to the work session on Thursday so that he can start to process what everybody's concerns are and get it in order so that the following week will be in good shape. So thank you very much.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.